never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump pulled the U.S. out of the UN Culture and Education Agency, UNESCO, today. It's a repeat move he ordered during his first term, which was reversed by Joe Biden. Reuters says the withdrawal from the Paris-based agency, which was founded after World War II to promote peace through international cooperation in education, science, and culture, takes effect on December 31st, 2026.
White House spokeswoman Anna Kelly said President Trump has decided to withdraw the United States from UNESCO, which supports woke, divisive, cultural, and social causes that are totally out of step with the common-sense policies that Americans voted for in November. The State Department added, remaining in UNESCO was not in the national interest, accusing it of having a globalist ideological agenda for international development at odds with our America First foreign policy. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
President Trump says a trade deal with the Philippines has been reached. In a post on Truth Social, Trump says his visit with President Ferdinand Marcos was beautiful and they have agreed to terms. He says the country is going open market and they will pay a 19% tariff with zero tariffs going against the United States. President Trump says the U.S. has reached a trade agreement with the country of Japan. In a post on Truth Social, Trump announced a 15% tariff on Japan's exports to the U.S. and added the country will also invest $550 billion into the U.S. in what he called perhaps the largest deal ever made. The 15% tariff rate is well below the 25% tariff rate the Trump administration had threatened in a letter to Japan earlier this month. Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 179 points. The S&P 500 rose 4 points. The Nasdaq lost 81 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Protesters in Northern California voiced their concerns before an annual meeting where local leaders talked about cooperation between the Sheriff's Department and ICE.
If we don't step up and we don't speak out, we know that we'll continue to slide into this authoritarian space.
Ogie Strawgetz with Invisible Resistors Contra Costa. Immigration advocates in Contra Costa County are urging the Sheriff's Department to stop informing ICE about people unless they have a warrant or a court order. The executive director of the new State Board of Immigration Enforcement states that Florida sheriffs will soon be making independent immigration arrests. Larry Keefe also revealed that the state law enforcement officials will announce in the coming days a plan to utilize available county jail bed space.
57 of which are run by sheriffs, 10 of which are run by counties, to where those beds will always be made of it when, as they come clean and are available, will be put into play with all of the logistics work along with the transportation.
Governor DeSantis reiterated that while the state is helping, it's the federal government's responsibility to house and process illegals. A legal battle is underway between the California Department of Motor Vehicles and Tesla.
The two-story facility officially opened on Monday. It features 80 fast charging stations, 2 movie screens, and a restaurant with robots serving food, which comes in Cybertruck-shaped boxes. The restaurant also has a rooftop dining area with a bar and theater-style seating. This could serve as a prototype for future Tesla diners in other cities. I'm Daniel Martindale.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
All right, what do you say? Let's tee things up here as we prepare for a brand new day. What are we looking at? Could it be Hump Day? I do believe. As we cross over the midnight hour from time zone to time zone, 23rd day of July. Rolling into midweek here. So let me say welcome aboard as we gather around for a big show. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Beautiful night outside the Secret Bunkers, 69 degrees with clear skies. A little bit hazy actually, but air quality alerts, stagnant air. As we roll through the dog days of summer here. The heat continues. Boy, look at the heat advisories and excessive heat warnings. Yeah, we're talking heat advisories all the way up into central portions of Wisconsin, southern Minnesota. From there, straight on down to the Gulf Coast. So really areas from eastern Texas all the way over into central Alabama, on up into the Great Lakes region. Another warm day on tap, and actually several very warm days in the mix here. As far as any precip slowing you down tonight, a little bit of rain in southeastern portions of the country. Georgia, South Carolina, scattered showers. Nothing severe. Majority of the precipits in the western half of the country, scattered showers. Off and on through much of New Mexico, central and eastern Colorado, spotty shower activity into parts of Wyoming, eastern Montana. A bit of more organized area in northwestern North Dakota. Some showers and thunderstorms in the mix there. Keeping an eye on our brew crew there in Milwaukee as they're barring a miracle here, which the game's not over. They're in the top of the ninth. Milwaukee is at bat. They're down 1-0. 1 run scored in this game thus far. And that was a long shot from Cal Raleigh, who, again, first homer in the second half of the season that got Seattle on board. As I'm looking at the screen, looks like Milwaukee has 1 out, but runners on first and second. Hoping for a ninth inning miracle, maybe a comeback. Even 1 run could tie things up. We'll keep an eye on that. This would be looking for their 12th consecutive win tonight as we speak. Of course, while late July brings some of the highest temperatures of the year for much of the country, this current heat wave combined with the intense sunshine and high humidity, it's brutal for those who don't have air conditioning or a way to cool off, a pool, lake, or a beach, despite being traditionally a hot time of the year. Temperatures are running anywhere from 5 to 15 degrees above historical average right now, highs of 95 degrees or higher. This is not really a record-breaking air mass in terms of high temperatures. Some towns and cities are struggling to drop below 80 degrees during the overnight hours due to the high humidity levels and the retention of the heat by vast areas of concrete and pavement. For those that only have maybe like a fan or an open window to keep cool, obviously sleeping can be very difficult for some with a high risk of dehydration. One particular zone will experience the worst of the conditions pretty much on a daily basis as the heat dome builds toward the east and then shuffles westward in the coming days. During the days, temperatures reaching 100 degrees from Texas to western Tennessee just about every day for, they're telling us, the next 1 to 2 weeks, as a matter of fact. Many of these locations were a bit behind schedule, not in terms of days with 100-degree heat, but some had not yet reached 100 this summer prior to this week. Through Monday of this week, Oklahoma City, Little Rock, Wichita, Kansas, Dallas, and Shreveport, Louisiana, all had yet to hit triple digits so far this year. While a zone of high pressure in the northward bulge in the jet stream is the main source of sunshine and heat. The Gulf and Atlantic, the primary sources for all the humidity in the central states, where vast fields of maturing crops are present. The evaporation of moisture from the corn stalks, aka the corn sweat, really boosting those humidity levels. The combination of extreme temperatures, high humidity, and light winds, sending afternoon heat indices between 110 and 115 from the states that touch the western part of the Gulf, all the way through Oklahoma and Arkansas, portions of Kansas, Nebraska, Missouri, even Iowa, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio. At this level, it can actually be dangerous for people exposed to the heat for an extended period of time. Heat-related illnesses can sneak up on some people. Friends, neighbors, family members, and work colleagues being encouraged. Check on those who might be in heat distress, especially young children, senior citizens, and obviously those having to work outdoors doing manual labor. The dome of heat's going to stretch eastward later this week and actually going to bulge into the northeast, where they've been enjoying some downright pleasant weather here the last couple of nights. From later this weekend into next week, the main dome of heat's going to shift back over the central states. Yet late in July to early August, that heat dome may expand to include much of the interior west. In the core of the heat dome, few, if any, thunderstorms will occur. Thunderstorms will be quite active around the edges, though. Where storms do occur, they can be especially nasty. Heat on one flank and slightly cooler air on the other, given that energy boost and enough moisture present to raise the risk of flash flooding. Quick look at our travelers' weather around the country as we get the new day underway. We'll give you more on when the heat returns to the Northeast and where around the country we'll be looking at the greater risk for stronger storms, severe weather here in the coming days. Let's say hello to Philly Dan out of the box. Good morning, everyone. Rest in peace to the Prince of Darkness. Yeah, did that catch any? It caught me by surprise. I mean, here just 2 weeks ago had the massive kind of the farewell concert, for Ozzy Osbourne, getting back with the members of Black Sabbath for that day-long concert. Waking up this evening to find out he's passed on, 76 years old. According to the official release, it's with more sadness than mere words can convey that we have to report that our beloved Ozzy Osbourne has passed away. He was with his family, surrounded by love. We ask everyone to respect our family privacy at this time. Sharon, Jack, Kelly, Amy, and Louise, Osbourne's family, in the statement on Tuesday. Of course, just 2 weeks ago, as we mentioned, the Prince of Darkness blessed an audience of over 40,000 cheering fans at the tribute show that he said would be his last live performance. The king of hard rock taking to the stage at Villa Park Soccer Stadium in Black Sabbath's home city in Birmingham, central England, performing alongside the original members of the band that he helped found in 1967. It was actually their first live show together in more than 20 years. Many have seen some of the clips of that concert. Ozzy said, I don't know what to say. I've been laid up for like 6 years. You have no idea how I feel. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, speaking to the audience there. And one last time, of course, he kicked off the show, Let's Go Crazy, come on. Later joined on stage by some other members of rock royalty, from Metallica to Guns N' Roses and so many others. Of course, it's been 5 years ago when he got that official diagnosis of Parkinson's disease, but didn't really see that coming. Hello to Pappy's Saddle Up Nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour. What day is it? 844-844-3388. The digits to hit. Horse feathers to make it official. 69 degrees. Lucky number 69. Harrison, Ohio tonight. Just a beautiful day in southwestern Ohio. Well, Mama, I'm coming home, said Ozzy for the last time. Peace be with him. Snuggle up to whomever or whatever. Crank up the volume. The overnight drive. Entering your melon. Let's go. Of course, Marianne saying hello to all the listening friends out there. Kevin, good morning to the overnight crew. Bob in Michigan. There's our friend Jeffrey, Southern Florida. Good to have you along. Afternoon, hammer down. Hello, Larry. Uncle Chops on board saying good morning to all. Greetings from central Pennsylvania. As to the overnight crew, there's Uncle Chops. Hello to Brett from the Mile High City, where it's also 69 degrees. Got some rain tonight. I had some really crazy thunderstorms here early. Lights flickered a bunch. Things seem to have settled down a bit for now. Hope everybody has a great hump day out there. All right, Buckeye Boys also out there in Colorado. Check it in from Aurora, Colorado. 69 degrees. He said had some pretty good thunderstorms earlier. Heavy rain. Looks like more rain in the area. Sad to hear about Ozzy. I've listened to his music for years, as far back as the Black Sabbath days. Yeah, he's lucky to live as long as he did with the amount of drugs and alcohol consumed during his life. Finally found sobriety after years of addiction, but the damage was done. I finally deliver later today. I can't wait to pick up Thursday to head to Minneapolis, where I'll have to sit and wait again. I don't miss that part. But have a great night, everyone. Be careful out there. Eskimo Mom, time to get your week started, right? Howdy, overnight drive nation. Happy hump day, Wednesday, whatever. Starting my week off with an indie store. Won't find out what I'll do next till I get back. I'm running a back way to this store, trying to avoid I-70 westbound. They've got construction, but running back roads, 6 in one, half dozen of the other. Either way, we're clear, and a wonderful 72 degrees in Fortville, Indiana tonight. Everybody be safe out there. All right, good morning, Steve. It's the Beach Bum, 75 northbound in Ocala, Florida, with 79 degrees. Cap and Ron trying to catch up with me. I don't know if you'll be able to do it tonight there, Ron. And hello, Crazy Ray, West Michigan, checking in for the best 5 hours on the radio with 72 degrees. Rolling into a brand new day.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. TEL's independent owner-operator program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
All right, got the phone lines open, up and running here. 844-844-3388. Yeah, let's see. Hello to Jerry, who says, "Hey, Steve, my sister's down from Denver visiting here in Alabama. I've turned her on to your show. We're watching on YouTube. She loves it. 78 degrees here in Fitzpatrick, Alabama tonight." There's Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. 84 degrees under clear skies in Sweet Springs, Missouri tonight. Got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck loaded like a freight train with 59 very stout steers from the Commonwealth of Virginia. Doing some high-speed left-lane trailer trucking, practicing my specialty, which is smoking those plastic trucks that run on timers. As always, Steve makes it an epic night on the boulevard. Hey, a special Show Me State shout-out to the Averett Flash, whom we all know as Gilligan. Hey, it looks like Snuffy and Granny on board, checking in from Virginia tonight. I'll get to some of the industry headlines coming up here. Let me flick back over. How did things end there? Did they make it 12 in a row? Looks like they did not. So the streak ends at 11, correct? Yeah, 1-0, the final score. Well, 11-game win streak is pretty darn good, I might say. What's their record? They're at 60 wins and 41 losses on the season there, but division leaders, Milwaukee Brewers. So I guess they'll try to start a new streak later on tonight. There you go. In the state of Wyoming, heads up, the Wyoming Department of Transportation asking drivers to consider alternate routes due to the transport of a slow-moving superload on I-80 coming up today, July 23rd. It's going to be a transformer moving along I-80 from Laramie to Medicine Bow. The superload, they tell us, is going to leave the Laramie rail yard at 6 o'clock a.m. this morning, July 23rd, beginning, it's a one-day journey to Medicine Bow. It's about a 39-mile trip, and it's expected to be completed by noon. In other words, you get caught up behind this. It's going to be a slow go. Yeah, nearly 6 hours to complete that 39 miles. Wyoming DOT said drivers obviously should expect delays on westbound I-80 from Laramie at mile marker 311 until that superload exits the interstate at Arlington at exit 272. Looks like after exiting I-80, the transformer is going to be hauled on Wyoming Highway 13 to Rock River and then U.S. Highway 30-287 to Medicine Bow. So the entire 6 hours, not just on I-80, but it's going to be a very slow go. The transport dimensions, 17 foot 3 inches tall, 26 feet wide, taking both lanes, 385 feet long, weighing in at 1,484,000 pounds. Due to the size of the superload, as I mentioned, both lanes of travel are going to be used. Not to cause damage to the interstate, the transport will be traveling at best 25 to 30 miles per hour dropping down to, say, 10 miles per hour over bridges. Stoppages and travel delays are going to be expected, so adjust your travel plans accordingly. This is the second such superload to be transported on that stretch of I-80 this summer. It's anticipated to return. The transport is anticipated to return to the Laramie Rail Yard in the coming weeks. And we have one more such transformer scheduled to be moved this summer. The details and dates for that particular transformer yet to come, but a monstrosity. The bulk of this is actually the rigging to just spread out and disperse the weight of this transformer. What a monstrosity. Nearly 1.5 million pounds. All right, we'll get to some of the other industry headlines coming up here. The summer swelter will be returning to folks there in the Northeast once again, so enjoy your day ahead. There's Norm checking in from north central Kansas. No rain tonight, 82 degrees. Indeed, I passed my physical today, so I'm good for one more year. All right, we're headed for Wichita. Everybody, have a good morning out there. All right, good to have you with us. Jump on board at 844-844-3388. Lots to cover as we kick off a brand new day. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Director of National Intelligence says there are more documents showing Obama's White House led the effort to manufacture intelligence that Russia interfered in the 2016 election. Tulsi Gabbard has already passed along her ongoing investigation to the Department of Justice.
We will be releasing these documents shortly in the wake of the release that we did last week. I'm very encouraged by the fact that we have whistleblowers.
President Trump backed Gabbard today, saying the intelligence community caught Obama cold. Former President Obama's office calls the allegations outrageous. The White House is banning the Wall Street Journal from traveling with President Trump during an upcoming trip.
The Wall Street Journal won't be on the president's trip to Scotland, and the announcement comes after the outlet reported on Trump's alleged letter to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Trump has filed a lawsuit against the Journal alleging defamation, and he has denied writing the letter. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Right way. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, underway. Here we go. Off and rolling as we turn the page on the calendar. 23rd day of July. Other industry headlines. We move to Arizona. Ruan Transport Corporation, big company, laying off 144 workers in Tolleson, Arizona, including 130 truck drivers, along with mechanics and administrative staff. Layoffs to be finalized, they tell us, by the end of August. Des Moines, Iowa-based Ruan Transport, 2,980 trucks, some 3,612 drivers, according to the FMCSA, providing dedicated fleet management, logistics management, and warehousing solutions across the country. Apparently, according to FreightWaves, Ruan Transport had a contract with Kroger to provide transportation service from the Tolleson Distribution Center, which is in the Phoenix area. However, Kroger canceled that contract, according to the Teamsters representing Ruan Transport workers at the Tolleson Distribution Center. For over 26 years, Teamsters Local 104 members at Ruan have safely, reliably delivered products for Kroger. Now the company's attempting to replace them with Swift, a move that threatens the hard-won standards that Teamsters have built over decades, according to a spokeswoman for the Teamsters. Officials for the Kroger Company and Knight Swift Transportation Holdings did not return request for comment. Of course, Sean O'Brien, General President of the Teamsters, and Fred Zuckerman, the General Secretary-Treasurer, sending a letter to Kroger leadership seeking clarification on Ruan's dismissal. Our impression is that Kroger intends to replace Ruan with a third-party logistics that does not provide reasonable equal wages and conditions of employment similar to those provided in the Teamsters Local Union 104 collective bargaining agreement, currently in effect with Ruan. If this unfortunate development should occur, they said at the time, Kroger should expect community standards picketing to occur with which truthfully advises the public that Ruan's successor does not conform to the area standards established by the Teamsters Local Union 104. So I guess the word is official, 144 workers there. I'm thinking somebody offered to move the freight at a lower rate. Does that sound correct? Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Now, the nation's largest less-than-truckload carrier, FedEx Freight, announcing they're going to delay enforcement of a new set of freight classification rules until December 1. The National Motor Freight Traffic Association, which is a nonprofit trade group, rolled out the final updates to their decades-old freight classification ratings on Saturday. The revisions, they tell us, are moving the industry toward a density-based coding system that's expected to more accurately align actual carrier costs with pricing. For months, the National Motor Freight Traffic Association, carriers, and third-party logistics have been working to help shippers prepare for the changes to the 90-year-old National Motor Freight Classification System. The advice to shippers has been, know your freight. Shippers are now tasked with better understanding the full dimensions of their shipments, not just the weights. The more information provided up front, the more accurate shipment pricing is likely to be, according to experts. However, FedEx Freight said that they're giving customers a bit more time to adjust, since several commodities are moving to density-based classifications. It's more important than ever for shippers to accurately record shipments, density, weight, and dimensions. If you ship these types of commodities, the density will determine the classification, according to the company statement. They also cautioned that future charges may apply for incomplete details on a bill of lading. Now, once these changes are fully adopted, FedEx Freight may apply an inspection surcharge, known as Item 980 or Item 981, for shipments with incomplete or inaccurate information based on the bill of lading. We are encouraging customers start using the updated class rules now. We've delayed enforcement to help customers adapt and ensure a smooth transition to the new streamlined classes. According to a spokesman with FedEx who spoke to FreightWaves, now they said customers who want to begin using the new classes now are welcome to do so and encouraged, actually, to do so. Now, there is no requirement to wait until December 1. But I guess in this industry, this business, everybody likes to wait to the last minute for everything anyway. So there you go, a couple of updates. Let me give a shout out to the inbred redneck. I don't know if he could divulge any additional light on this. He's been dabbling in cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin and Dogecoin and others for a number of years now. Seems to have a pretty good understanding. But interesting scenario coming down this past day. The headline reading, a Bitcoin whale. What is a whale? Someone that owns a whole bunch of whatever the cryptocurrency is going to be. One individual just sold $9.5 billion in crypto that was originally acquired for $54,000 in 2014. Another recent 80,000 Bitcoin transaction netted an 18 million% return. So two transactions, this transaction hot on the heels of a more recent $8.6 billion one, acquired in the same era. In other words, individuals that bought in when Bitcoin was pretty darn cheap. Yeah, we seem to be in the middle of an especially frisky season for the so-called Bitcoin whales. What does that mean? Another remarkable crypto cash-in valued at $9.5 billion has been spotted. This extraordinary financial transactions comes to light just a couple weeks after the $8 billion sale hit the Tom's Hardware headlines. Via Twitter, or X, Kakashi brought this huge trade to light in recent days. Just ahead of the weekend, this Bitcoin whale sold all of the 80,000 Bitcoin for $9.6 billion. Purchased in 2011 for $54,000. Those tens of thousands proved quite a canny investment 14 years ago or so. Whipping out our abacus, we note that the unnamed whale made about an 18 million% return. In easier to comprehend or count to figures, we would say that the whale's investment ended up multiplying 176,000 compared to the initial stake. Others may prefer to say the return represented about a 145% compound annual growth rate over the 14 years. One thing's for sure, it would have been pretty difficult to hold on to so much Bitcoin for such a long time, seeing the value as we've witnessed skyrocketing, then dropping back, and then hitting the stratosphere again. Some would still insist that investments in crypto are entirely speculative with no material asset values to fall back on if the worst happens. As mentioned in the introduction, we saw another huge Bitcoin transaction near the beginning of the month. In that instance, another 14-year diamond hands crypto investor, rumored to be Roger Ver, made a 4 million% return on their investment. The story goes that Ver originally purchased 80,000 Bitcoin back in 2014 for about $210,000. That was during the height of the Satoshi era. Well, in early July here, 2025, they offloaded the crypto for over $8.6 billion. We noted that the previous record whale Bitcoin trade transaction was for a mere 3,700 Bitcoin. So these are astronomical cash outs. 80,000 Bitcoin. What's this all mean? We'll see. We will see if further whales liquidate their crypto before July is out. We don't know. But if another similar transaction occurs in short order, other long-term holders are going to have to think very hard about why. Why are these whales opting to kind of cash out at the same time is the question. So, and if it's like they're cashing out, they're divulging themselves. You purchased 80,000 Bitcoin, held it for all these years, and then done with it? Not just a quarter or half of their holdings, just done. It's 844-844-3388. Clear lines. Quiet. Where are we at? The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
All right, we'll get some of the other industry headlines coming up here. First, Hawaii Executive Vice President Louis Pugh testifying before, I believe it was a Senate committee this past day. I got the full breakdown on what he had to say. There were also, of course, who'd we have? Chris Spears, the ATA, Sean O'Brien, the head of the Teamsters, all part of this panel. A little bit of headbutting going on when that topic of driver shortage comes up. After all these years, the ATA continues to try to spout off this driver shortage thing when it's really about their big ATA member companies, not paying and compensating drivers fairly. It's the turnover rate, but they just don't get it. So again, more on what they had to say. On the political arena, boy, the plot continues to thicken. What's going on? President Trump this past day says Barack Obama needs to be prosecuted for treason over the newly released intelligence documents. Those remarks during the Oval Office meeting with the president of the Philippines this past morning. Trump said, based on what I read, and I read pretty much what you read, it would be President Obama. He started it. The scheme to frame Trump for the Russian collusion. He started it. Amid the 2016 election to kneecap my first term, he added Obama was the leader of the gang, as he put it. A group, he said, that included the former CIA Director John Brennan, Director of National Intelligence James Clapper, former President Joe Biden. Trump says, Barack Hussein Obama. Have you heard of him? This was treason. This was every word you could think of. They tried to steal the election. They tried to obfuscate the election. They did things that nobody's ever even imagined. Of course, referencing the recently released report by Tulsi Gabbard, Director of National Intelligence. Now, she has already issued criminal referrals to the Department of Justice. This could get deep, people. Gabbard last week said the information we're releasing today clearly shows there was a treasonous conspiracy committed by officials at the highest level of our government. Their goal was to subvert the will of the American people and enact what was essentially a years-long coup with the objective of trying to usurp the president from fulfilling the mandate bestowed upon him by the American people. Trump said these documents are crystal clear. This is like proof, irrefutable proof, that Obama was seditious. Obama was trying to lead a coup. It was with Hillary, with all these people. But Obama headed this up. Biggest scandal in the history of our country. Now, said the documents show Obama's involved beyond a shadow of a doubt. If you look at those papers, they've got him stone cold. It was President Obama. Now, Trump also, in that briefing, said that Tulsi told him that thousands more documents are coming. Last week, Gabbard said Obama and others engaged in an egregious abuse of power, blatant rejection of the Constitution that threatened the very foundation and integrity of our democratic republic. No matter how powerful, though, she said, every person involved must be investigated and prosecuted to ensure that nothing like this ever happens again. Well, apparently we saw Barack Obama stick his head out of the hole and had a few words this past day trying to say that these accusations are ridiculous. Tulsi Gabbard wasted no time firing right back this past afternoon after Obama's rare statement, the assertion that he was the ringleader of this Russian hoax. The office of the former president responded. According to a declassified presidential briefing from December of 2016, Barack Obama knew the Trump-Russia collusion narrative was a hoax. Barack knew it was a hoax. He was personally involved in manufacturing and politicizing the intelligence to create this collusion narrative. Now, as I just mentioned, President Trump yesterday said Obama's guilty of treason, the ringleader. Obama's spokesperson released a very carefully worded statement in response to Trump's remarks. Out of respect for the office of the presidency, our office does not normally dignify the constant nonsense and misinformation flowing out of this White House with a response. But these claims are outrageous enough to merit one. These bizarre allegations are ridiculous, a weak attempt at distraction, was the words from Obama's office. Nothing in the document issued last week undercuts the widely accepted conclusion that Russia worked to influence the 2016 election, but did not successfully manipulate any votes. These findings were affirmed in the 2020 report by the bipartisan Senate Intelligence Committee, led by then Chairman Marco Rubio. Tulsi Gabbard immediately fires back at Obama, appearing on Fox News later this past afternoon. And then she appeared on Newsmax and said we're going to drop new documents here today, Wednesday, to refute Obama's statement. And I quote, Tulsi said, "We will be releasing further documents tomorrow that will refute that statement. We will be pulling a whole host of statements made by the Obama administration that state over and over again, after this January 2017 manufactured intel document was created, that continued over and over to repeat the narrative that Russian hackers worked to aid Trump in that election there." So the plot kind of thickens, to say the least, and everyone now anxiously awaiting will there be some charges being pressed? What's coming up next? It looks like Carl had some comments about this, the Epstein debacle that is ongoing. Developments this past day, citing, I guess, the House was slated to begin their August recess starting this Friday. House Speaker Johnson apparently finished up work today and sent everybody home. Not to return, supposedly because he was trying to withhold having any sort of votes taken, procedural votes on releasing further Epstein documents. This whole back and forth debacle on that front continues to get deeper and deeper. At the same time, they also passed a committee, I believe in the Senate, a committee authorized to subpoena Epstein's former, what's her name, Ghislaine Maxwell, to bring her in to speak to the committee. I mean, she could supposedly name names, if you know what I mean. We'll return after this.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Alina Habba is out as interim U.S. Attorney for the District of New Jersey.
A panel of federal judges declined to extend Habba's 120-day limit on Tuesday. They instead used a rarely used power to appoint a new interim U.S. Attorney, Desiree Lee Grace. Habba named Grace as her assistant after President Trump selected her for the position in March. Trump nominated Habba to serve a full term last month, but the Senate has yet to take up a vote. Habba's come under the scrutiny of Democrats, including Newark Mayor Ross Baraka and Congresswoman LaMonica McIver, who she charged in connection with a confrontation at the ICE detention center at Delaney Hall in Newark. I'm Kristen Marks.
The White House is blaming the policies of former President Joe Biden for the shooting of an off-duty Border Patrol officer in New York.
Spokesperson Caroline Leavitt says Biden's immigration policies allowed for the suspect to enter the U.S. and roam free.
This tragedy that took place over the weekend at the hands of yet another illegal alien invader who was allowed into our country and released by the Biden administration.
Leavitt said it's cases like these that led to Trump's 2024 victory. The officer was shot in the face, but is still expected to survive. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Congressman Thomas Massey says President Trump's threats against him will backfire tremendously.
The president has launched a targeted campaign against the Kentucky congressman who voted against the president's big, beautiful bill and denounced last month's military strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities. According to Massey, his political rivals have spent $1.8 billion to go against him, but efforts have had very little effect. Massey is confident in his campaign, saying, "I am going to prevail." And he added his actions will embolden members of Congress to go with their constituents and not just toe the party line. I'm Chris Carangio.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gasoline today is $3.14. Mono County, California is up to $5.82, while Simpson County, Mississippi is down to $2.53. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
President Trump says the feds have Adam Schiff 100% on mortgage fraud.
Now it looks like Adam Schiff really did a bad thing.
A possible criminal case against Schiff has been referred to the Justice Department from the Federal Housing Finance officials. The Hurricane Center is monitoring a disturbance in the central part of the Atlantic as Florida bakes under a heat dome.
National Weather Service meteorologist Robert Moyetta says the hot, dry air is actually a storm killer.
Going to be encountering conditions that are not conducive for formation, such as, for example, this dry air, the Saharan dust, as well as a little bit of strong winds aloft, or wind shear, as we call it.
He says the dust also acts as a filter and prevents the rays of the sun from hitting and heating the surface of the ocean, which acts as a fuel for storms. Moyetta says the Saharan dust will likely prevent the latest disturbance from becoming Dexter. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Heavy metal and reality TV star Ozzy Osbourne is dead at the age of 76. Kiss rocker Gene Simmons noted Osbourne died just weeks after his farewell concert.
Said goodbye to the fans and I love you, and then he passed.
Simmons says the news of Osbourne's passing is heartbreaking. Osbourne enjoyed a successful solo career after starting off as the lead singer of Black Sabbath. He died after a series of ailments and surgeries that forced him to retire. In a statement, the Osbourne family said, Ozzy died surrounded by love. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Getting a brand new day underway from time zone to time zone. Hump Day coming on here midweek. Good to have you along for the ride. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Tony checks in this morning, stating, good morning, Steve. All the truckers out there. Tony from Hamilton. Steve, do you think the American people will really ever wake up? I mean, the good, decent, God-fearing, hard-working men and women that don't make up the majority of America. I don't know, I think people are too darn scared or too darn stupid to do anything about it. It may be too late already, but I hope not. But when it hits the fan, I'll be right in the middle of it. Have a safe night, everyone out there. Safe travels. And hello to Jason. Good morning. Passing through early Iowa with 75 degrees. Beautiful clear skies, dry roads tonight. Everybody have a safe night out there. All right, I mentioned we left off with the Epstein thing. Ghislaine Maxwell, who's behind bars. And I've heard rumors and reports of some saying that Ghislaine Maxwell was excited for Donald Trump to win the presidency again. She felt, supposedly, according to insiders, that Trump would actually offer her a pardon, which obviously has not happened. She's sentenced to 20 years in prison in 2022. Her role in that scheme to exploit and abuse minor girls as young as 14, dating all the way back to the early 1990s. Now, according to the evidence presented at her trial and the allegations in court documents, she assisted, facilitated, and participated in Epstein's abuse of minor girls by, among other things, helping to recruit, groom, and ultimately abuse victims known to Maxwell and Epstein to be under the age of 18. In addition to grooming minors, Maxwell, whose father, according to the Telegraph, indicated was a newspaper baron who had known links with the likes of MI6 and the KGB, the Israeli intelligence service, the Mossad, apparently did her best to normalize the abuse, allegedly discussed sexual topics with the victims, undressing them in front, hanging around with the victims, were being stripped, and encouraged the victims to massage Epstein. Now, besides Epstein, it's unlikely that there's anyone out there more familiar with the monstrous operation than Ghislaine Maxwell. A source close to her recently told the Daily Mail that the convicted groomer would be more than happy to sit before Congress and tell her story. No one from the government's actually asked her to share what she knows, according to the source. I mean, she is the only person to be jailed in connection to Epstein. And she would welcome the chance to tell the American public the truth, supposedly. No lead is off limits. Charlie Kirk, after this whole thing began to spiral out of control, the announcement that there was no Epstein list, Charlie Kirk presented 10 things that the Trump administration and Pam Bondi, things you could do to set this straight. And one of them suggested releasing all, quote, credible evidence, which the president has now done when it comes to the grand jury testimony there, waiting to see if the judges will allow that, if the courts will actually allow that to happen. But if Ghislaine Maxwell has information about anyone who's committed crimes against victims, the FBI and the Department of Justice will hear what she has to say. Now, apparently, they've reached out to Maxwell's counsel at Bondi's direction, and this is Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, said they have reached out to determine whether she would be willing to speak with prosecutors from the department. Blanche says, quote, I anticipate meeting with Maxwell in the coming days. Until now, no administration on behalf of the department had inquired about her willingness to meet with the government. That changes now. Yet no lead is off limits. And while the convicted sex offender might volunteer some satisfactory insights, at this point, they say it's clear the Department of Justice is not budging on their conclusion that there was never the existence of a so-called list. Blanche noted that the Department of Justice and FBI's controversial conclusion remains as accurate today as it was when it was written, namely that in the recent thorough review of the files maintained by the FBI, in this case, no evidence was uncovered that would predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. So that's where things stand. What a mess. Hey, good morning, Carl.
Yeah, good morning, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. I was just rolling south here through Alabama, down by Lincoln, Alabama, here, Talladega, this morning. And, this Epstein thing, I'd like to talk about that a little bit. And, I'd like to talk about Obama also and Hillary. Hillary is involved in this stuff, too, with Obama, okay? She was his Secretary of State as well, remember, okay? So she had a lot to do with all of this Russia collusion hoax. But anyway, we can see, I think I can see the lights coming up on Epstein in big lights at the movie theaters all around this country in about 6 months or maybe about a year, when they finally get the dust settled on this issue here. But I tell you what, it's a big cobweb, all right? It's a cobweb for sure, because these underage girls, okay, do we even know how many underage girls this was? I mean, we don't. We don't know them. We don't know who they are. We don't know their backgrounds. We don't know anything much about them, except for there was an initial conversation that they had with somebody, with Epstein, okay, and this Ghislaine Maxwell, okay, she was maybe one of them that they initially spoke to. Hello, would you like to come with me here and do this, and let's do something here, or let's do whatever we're going to do here, and you wonder, where.
And Carl, I think he's gone into the, what do they call that, the cell hell. All right, when you get a good signal back there, Carl, feel free to dial us back up. In the meanwhile, you do the same at 844-844-3388. All right, so rolling into midweek here. The primary threat, where could we see some severe weather? Well, it continues to be focused on the central states, but a little bit further south and east compared to what we saw here this past day. Wednesday, the most likely zone with at least localized coverage of severe thunderstorms extends from eastern Wyoming, southeast Montana, northeast Colorado, stretching over to much of northern Michigan, into part of central Ontario, just as the case was this past day. Yeah, Minneapolis is in that zone. Thursday, the central part of the Great Lakes region likely to experience at least some heavy, gusty thunderstorms, maybe a few that are severe. Looking toward Friday, weekend just around the corner, some gusty, severe thunderstorms make their way into the northeastern USA. Yeah, that area along the northern tier is a pretty common zone for severe weather during the middle of summer. That's due to the proximity of the jet stream and a source of hot, humid air to the south. Portions of the Dakotas and Nebraska eastward to part of the Great Lakes will experience rounds, again, of heavy rain through midweek. That's the zone where flash flooding would be a concern. The zone of torrential downpours is going to begin to shift southward later in the week and during the weekend, kind of revisiting some areas that were soaked in recent days, stretching from Iowa to the Ohio Valley states. Of course, where those downpours repeat or linger for time, the risk of flash flooding will increase substantially, they tell us. Great to have you on board. Jal, what day is it anyway? Maybe we'll make it official. Just ahead, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with SpeedMax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's SpeedMax. SpeedMax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All right, let's see. Hey, Mike. What do you say, horse fellers?
Morning, Your Honor. Then I guess even at the end of the day, I don't know. It depends whether I end up having to work Saturday or not. But anyways, I guess for everybody else out there, hey, Mike. What day is it?
There we go.
What day is it?
Hump day?
All right. Now you got that official. So last night you were saying that they might make Congress stay through the August break to get the judges confirmed, but
that was on the Senate side. That's the Senate, yeah. So they're still talking about the Senate confirmation, yeah.
Okay, so all right, so we might have some stay in Washington for the month of August then, huh? That would be different, but. Anyways, so if they stay for the month of August, do they get overtime or extra pay or time off? Is this going to be comp time that they'll be able to take other time off? Because I can't believe they're going to actually be able to, that they'd actually stay and actually not get benefited somehow for it, because it would be putting them out by making them do that. But anyways, so, hey, I hear on your, talking presidents and stuff. So over the weekend there, while we were away, out there in eastern New York, there is actually the home of one of the former presidents there, Martin Van Buren there, who was president number 8. And, you got talking that the Democrat Republic, that our country is. When Martin Van Buren was president, and up to that time, there was a 2-party system like we have now, but the party he was in was the Democratic Republicans, which ended up getting the Republicans dropped off, and that was the beginning of the Democrat Party. And imagine that being in New York. And the party they were facing at the time was the Whigs. Mm-hmm. And I'll tell you what, with the turmoil they would put in and the what they would say about their opponents at the time, and a lot of it was cartoon type drawings and everything that was either posted in newspapers and the political cartoons, and I guess a lot of them, they would actually sketch larger ones and actually put them in the pubs, on the walls in the pubs or out in front, and possibly even whatever they were using for restroom facilities. They'd put them up on the wall, so when people were in there, they had some reading time, so they had something to look at and try to sway their political views with the use of these political cartoons. And some of them got to be pretty nasty at times too. But anyways, I just thought that was kind of interesting that that was kind of the beginning of when the name changing of the party was from the Democrat Republican was all one party name, and then the Whigs took over the Republican name. And you know how we got a little bit here with Trump, we always talked that, he was a one-term president and then, came back and was reelected after another one-term president. Martin Van Buren was the beginning of one-term presidents from number 8 all the way up to President Lincoln at number 16. So there's your American history part for the show today. That we'll just cover that. And so, anyways, that's what my contribution for that. And so anyways, a few weeks ago there, we finally got to the point the grass finally started growing enough around here that the use of the riding tractor was going to be needed. So went out to the shed to start getting it ready, because I'd actually had earlier taken the snowblower off it to use it for a few other things, pulling trailers and stuff around, but I hadn't put the mower deck on. So a couple weeks ago, I go out to put the mower deck on, and it's sitting kind of cattywampus to one side. I'm like, well, that's different. It wasn't that way when I left it. And so anyways, it ends up, it's got a flat tire, so grab the air tank, find the valve stem, which is on the back side of the wheel, way up underneath, and start putting air in, and the tire doesn't inflate. And it's like, well, what the heck? So I move it around real quick and find that there's a hole in the tire, which actually has a tube in it that you can put your hand through.
Big hole.
Now, this riding tractor just, yeah, exactly, like about 4 inches in diameter.
What the?
So, yeah, well, this riding tractor is sitting in the shed, not been moving, not out in the sun, and has a blowout just sitting there. But as I say, it's not just a tubeless tire. It's actually got a tube in it. So normally, a tube will go bad in a tire and just let it leak out, but not normally. I can't say I've ever seen one especially a riding tractor tire, blow out. So I get looking online and that, and you can't buy one tire for a decent price. You actually have to buy two and so it ends up I get them on one of the online dealers there.
Right.
There's a couple real reputable online tire stores. So I'm able to find them at a price I want to pay. I guess it was 4th of July time. They had some sale going on for 4th of July and all that. So that worked out good, and get the first one off, and the other one I know is still good. The tube in it's still good, but is holding air, but but a lot of times there's problems with rust and stuff in the wheels and stuff. So I'd actually had one extra tube in the garage, so I used that with the first one, and sure enough, trying to get the second one off there, the tube goes bad, so then I got to order 2 more tubes, because you can't just buy one tube for a decent price. I mean, it's a difference of like $4 from buying one tube to 2 tubes. So now I got an extra tube on the thing, but just the craziness of every time you go to do something, something's always, you always got to fix something, it seems like, but anyways, so
never a dull moment.
Oh, I don't know. Nope. So I guess a little bit in our local news there's been a couple more truck accidents, truck rollovers, trucks, so I don't know if you want to scan any of the local Baltimore news. There was a couple of them in the news there. one of them was a one-vehicle rollover on a state highway, and then they didn't give any reason why it happened. So,
and what's
the
the deal with how I saw the headline, but I didn't get destroyed. How to destroy a $500,000 fire truck?
Yeah. You apparently you drive it into water that's about as high as the top of your wheels when you're going to a call to save people in a car that's in a. It was just an intersection of water too. It wasn't more than like 50 feet wide in any direction of this intersection. That the water was about 2.5 feet deep, but they drove the fire truck in at about 50 miles an hour, which pushed the water up to the windshield level, and apparently the air intake was down low. So the air intake actually started sucking water into the motor.
Uh-oh.
And this isn't the first one that I know of that's ended up with mechanical issues, and they're not sure if they can save the engine of the truck or not. So the cost of engine replacement and everything looks like it's could possibly cost more than the value of the truck, which is $500,000 by the time they get done with it. So for replacement, that's replacement cost of a new one. But so what the value is of this truck for changing the engine, I don't know if the value is there to do it. And I'm not sure what other, and again, it's a flooded vehicle now because it had water
all the way up. Yeah, all the way up there. Okay. How to destroy a $500,000 fire truck. Hey, it's 844-844-3388. Back following a news break.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Director of National Intelligence says there are more documents showing Obama's White House led the effort to manufacture intelligence that Russia interfered in the 2016 election. Tulsi Gabbard has already passed along her ongoing investigation to the Department of Justice.
We will be releasing these documents shortly in the wake of the release that we did last week. I'm very encouraged by the fact that we have whistleblowers.
President Trump backed Gabbard today, saying the intelligence community caught Obama cold. Former President Obama's office calls the allegations outrageous. The White House is banning the Wall Street Journal from traveling with President Trump during an upcoming trip.
The Wall Street Journal won't be on the president's trip to Scotland, and the announcement comes after the outlet reported on Trump's alleged letter to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Trump has filed a lawsuit against the journal alleging defamation, and he has denied writing the letter. I'm Mark Nephew.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
MediShare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with MediShare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people. People love MediShare, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for MediShare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control, on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, plenty of room for you here as we officially roll into Hump Day. Continuing through the dog days of summer, right? All right, thanks for dialing us back up there. Carl, yeah, you rode off into the abyss.
Yeah, the foam gremlins got a hold of me up there around, somewhere around Boaz up there, Alabama. But, anyway, yeah, the thing about the Epstein thing there, the getting to the underage girls. Okay, everybody knows that we're not supposed to be doing that. Okay, everybody knows that you're not supposed to be doing this. So it's no secret about that. But the bottom line is where were the parents of these kids, the caretakers? I know that everybody's family is not perfect, okay? You don't have the mother and father is not always present, okay? But you've got caretakers, okay? And you've got, if it's an orphanage that they were involved with, I don't know. And you've got all kinds of guardianship here that should have been coming on the scene, okay? And saying, what's going on here? This young girl is going on an airplane to some island out here and staying for a period of time. What's going on here with this? Okay, I don't remember hearing anything really being said about that, you know. So there's got to be a lot to come out of this here, and I'm hoping to hear some things come out from Ghislaine Maxwell on this from the Assistant Attorney General here, Pam Bondi's assistant here, to come up here and uncover some of this, what's going on here, because this thing has been going on 30 years. I mean, this whole story, it's a big deal, and people want to know what's going on with it, and whether or not Donald Trump is on the list, I have no idea. I mean, if he is, he is. If he's not, he's not. But then they've got to get DNA, okay? what is going on here with DNA? I don't know. And there's a lot of stuff going on here. I realize that you don't need DNA with underage girls, but you've got to have some sort of a concrete testimony, okay? You just can't say 25, 20 years, 15 years later that, you were on this list, okay, so you must have did this, okay? I mean, really ridiculous. I mean, so then when you get to concrete evidence, okay, we've got Obama, okay? We've got Obama doing what he did, okay? And we all know what he's done. We know what Hillary Clinton did. We know that she has destroyed 13 phones, even though that she was saying all along she only had one phone that she did emails on, okay? And she didn't even want to admit to the server. Then when she finally did admit to having the server, okay, which is totally illegal, all right? Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that server was illegal in a basement of her house. Okay, you're not supposed to do that. That's against the USC code right there. Okay, and it carries at least a 10-year prison sentence on that one. So, and then she wants to say, well, I did it because it was me.
Yeah.
I was Secretary of State. I did that because I had authority to do it, Well, she did not have authority to do it, and everybody knows that she didn't have authority to do it, even though she's just claiming that she did have authority. But then Obama, he wants to, he's not going to admit to treason. Yeah, I committed treason, my bad.
Right.
He's not going to do that. He's not going to do that. And then Pam Bondi, it's her thing here, and it's Tulsi Gabbard's thing to get this straight and get it right and to convict accordingly, and so that's what they need to do. They need to get with it and do the proper thing here. Now, Epstein, just getting back to him just for a minute here. Okay, Epstein, it's a can of worms. Okay, it's a can of worms and rabbit holes everywhere. And I don't know if they're ever going to uncover this thing. And it's just amazing. I've seen lists with Oprah Winfrey on it, okay? There's women on this list here, okay? They went to the island, okay, apparently. I don't know if they did or not, and I don't know what they did when they got there,
right.
And everybody, I mean, it's like just a maze. It's a maze of filth to get through. And these underage girls should not have been abused this way, but they had parents, they had caretakers, they had guardians that should have stepped in here, and they didn't. They did not step in properly, and that's about all I wanted to say there about that. Thank you, Steve, for taking my call.
All right, Carl, have a good morning. And I have no idea how Ghislaine Maxwell was able. I mean, she was recruiting, she was grooming. Maybe promising a glamorous modeling careers. Lots of money, right? He had tons of money to throw around. No idea if these were runaways, girls on the street. Some drug issues, things that just we don't know. Meanwhile, clear lines at 844-844-3388. As the August 1 deadline rapidly approaches, trade deals. Several positive announcements this past day. Japan's a big one. President Trump announcing a trade framework with Japan, placing a 15% tax on goods imported from that nation. This deal will create hundreds of thousands of jobs. There's never been anything like it, according to Trump, adding that the United States will continue to always have a great relationship with the country of Japan. President said Japan would invest at my direction, $550 billion into the U.S. and would open its economy to American autos and rice. The 15% tax on imported Japanese goods is a meaningful drop from the 25% that President Trump in the recent letter to the Prime Minister said would be levied come August 1. With the announcement, Trump is seeking to tout his ability as a deal maker, even as his tariffs were initially announced in early April, as you'll recall, led to panic on the markets, fears of slower growth. Yeah, at least for the moment, it appears that's all subsided now. Now, key details remain unclear, such as whether Japanese-built autos would face a higher 25% tariff that Trump imposed on that sector, but the framework fits the pattern for Trump, who's eager to portray the tariffs as a win for this administration. The revenues will help reduce the budget deficit. More factories will relocate to America to avoid the import taxes. Trade imbalances will disappear. But there's still a lot of uncertainty whether it could lead to higher prices for consumers and businesses if companies simply pass those costs along. Yeah, the problem seen sharply this past day as General Motors reported a 35% drop in net income during the second quarter, warning that tariffs could hit their business in the months ahead, causing their stocks to tumble. But as that August 1 deadline for the tariff rates, via his letters to world leaders, Trump also announced a trade framework with the Philippines that would impose a tariff of 19% on goods, while American-made products would face no import taxes. He also reaffirmed the 19% tariffs on Indonesia. We ran a $69.4 billion trade imbalance on goods with Japan last year. We had an imbalance of 17.9 billion with Indonesia, an imbalance of 4.9 billion with the Philippines. Of course, both of those nations less affluent than the U.S., and an imbalance means America imports more from those countries than it exports to them. Step by step, of course, again, headed over to, Scotland next week. Going to be meeting with the British Prime Minister, trying to hammer out a deal there. Sounds like they're making forward progress. There was yet another Obama, I don't know, would you call it bombshell that dropped this past day? It's formerly classified documents are now being declassified. This one had to do with James Comey and the Hillary investigation. Long story short, apparently documentation essentially saying Obama shut it down, which, well, that wouldn't be a surprise. It's been a rough few days for one Barack Obama. With Friday's release of the evidence of the treasonous conspiracy. Then Monday, Republican Senator Chuck Grassley, chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, releasing the hitherto classified, what is called Clinton Annex, an appendix to the DOJ's 2018 Office of Inspector General report, otherwise known as the Horowitz Report, revealing that the FBI, under disgraced former Director James Comey, may have intentionally ignored evidence pertinent to its investigation into none other than former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton's mishandling of classified information, because the evidence contained emails from Obama himself. According to the partially redacted document, the FBI received 8 thumb drives from a source called T1. The drives contained data such as emails stolen from various sources, including government officials and agencies. Examples of U.S. victim information that the analysts observed during the review included former President Barack Obama's emails, according to the appendix. Now, by coincidence or otherwise, Comey's FBI chose not to look any deeper. Witnesses told us the FBI never comprehensively reviewed thumb drives 1 through 5, according to the previously classified appendix. Meanwhile, in a footnote, the appendix also noted that the question of assessing the thumb drives resulted in multiple meetings. One on September 20th of 2016, another October 20, attended by FBI Deputy Director Andrew McCabe, White House counsel Neil Eggleston, as well as others. Now, why would White House counsel meet with the FBI regarding thumb drives already known to contain Obama's emails? And then, why would the FBI choose not to review the drives? Grassley called it an extreme lack of effort and due diligence on the FBI's part. He also characterized the Comey FBI's negligent approach and perhaps intentional lack of effort in the Clinton investigation as a sharp contrast with their full-throated investigation of the so-called Trump-Russia collusion hoax. Many via social media saw the Obama emails as the key to understanding why, in the words of Sean Davis of The Federalist, the Comey FBI deliberately sandbagged the Clinton investigation, refused to take basic investigative steps that would have revealed how seriously she compromised national security. All right, the annex showed Comey and the Obama FBI intentionally ignored those thumb drives during Hillary's email investigation because they had emails on them from Obama. Where does it go from here? And what's Tulsi Gabbard? What's she going to release today? She used the word supposedly thousands of documents. That's not coming down today, but ultimately, when all is said and done, as one by one declassifying, and will the truth ever surface? 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, what I see, Larry there in New Jersey said the ground was kind of shaking in the early morning to late night hours, according to the U.S. Geological Survey. Reports from dozens of people said they felt light or weak shaking after each quake hit. I mean, they're magnitude-wise small enough to where, in most cases, you don't feel them. They said it appears the first quake, a magnitude 1.6, centered just south and east of Randolph in Morris County. It was followed by 5 aftershocks, but one of those aftershocks was even stronger than the initial. It was reported as a magnitude 2.0, centered about 1.8 miles southeast of Randolph. Some people in Randolph tell News 12 New Jersey that they heard a loud boom during the 2.0 tremor that occurred about 9 o'clock Monday evening. Ultimately, 6 quakes reported. 1.6 at 5:40 a.m., 1.3 at 2:26 p.m., a 0.7 at 5:50 p.m., 1.2 at 8:19, 2.0 at 9 p.m., and the 1.1 at 11:25. Prior to Monday's quakes, New Jersey had only 2 small tremors reported this year, included a 2.4 that jolted the northern New Jersey region near New York City in early April of last year. New Jersey was rocked by a more significant 4.8 quake that was felt by more than 42 million people, that followed by hundreds, they say, of aftershocks. So that 24 quake was a lot stronger than Monday's tremors, and also more shallow. Little shaking there in the northeast, odd places. Meanwhile, Pappy joins us here. Hey, it's Hump Day.
What's Hump Day? What day is it? What's going on, man?
Isn't it about, you're going to be going back to work pretty soon here, aren't you?
That's right, Steve.
Shut up.
Yeah. Next week.
Yeah.
30th. I think it's Wednesday I go back. But, listen, man, you were talking about Comey again. And I want to talk about how some of these girls, too, can be snatched up. But talking about Comey's, Steve, I mean, we've talked about this, but the deep state is so connected, right? Everybody knows everybody, or everybody's married to somebody, or somebody's cousin has this company that's involved. They're all tied together. I come across something. I'm going to read you a couple. It just brought to my mind when you were talking about Comey, but I'll kind of get to him again in a second. The governor of Michigan used to work for George Soros. California's governor, Gavin Newsom, is Nancy Pelosi's nephew. I think that's common knowledge. I don't know if everybody knew that, but I thought it was kind of... Yeah, he's Nancy Pelosi's nephew. Adam Schiff's sister is married to one of George Soros' son. Hillary Clinton's daughter, Chelsea, is married to George Soros' nephew. ABC News executive producer Ian Cameron is married to Susan Rice, Obama's former national security advisor. CBS president David Rhodes is the brother of Ben Rhodes, Obama Deputy National Security Advisor for Strategic Communications. ABC's news correspondent Claire Shipman is married to Jay Carney, former Obama White House press secretary. Steve, this just goes on and on. ABC News and Univision reporter Matthew Jaffe is married to Kate Hogan, Obama's former deputy press secretary. ABC's President Ben Sherwood is the brother of Elizabeth Sherwood, Obama's former special advisor. CNN.
Man, I mean, when you talk about it's a small world after all, huh? So it's just, it's one big happy circle. And it is any wonder that mainstream media seems to have that incredible bias. You hold the thought there. It goes on and on, right? And it is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump pulled the U.S. out of the UN Culture and Education Agency, UNESCO, today. It's a repeat move he ordered during his first term, which was reversed by Joe Biden. Reuters says the withdrawal from the Paris-based agency, which was founded after World War II to promote peace through international cooperation in education, science, and culture, takes effect on December 31st, 2026.
White House spokeswoman Anna Kelly said President Trump has decided to withdraw the United States from UNESCO, which supports woke, divisive, cultural, and social causes that are totally out of step with the common sense policies that Americans voted for in November. The State Department added remaining in UNESCO was not in the national interest, accusing it of having a globalist ideological agenda for international development at odds with our America First foreign policy. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
President Trump says a trade deal with the Philippines has been reached. In a post on Truth Social, Trump says his visit with President Ferdinand Marcos was beautiful and they have agreed to terms. He says the country is going open market and they will pay a 19% tariff with 0 tariffs going against the United States. President Trump says the U.S. has reached a trade agreement with the country of Japan. In a post on Truth Social, Trump announced a 15% tariff on Japan's exports to the U.S. and added the country will also invest $550 billion into the U.S. in what he called perhaps the largest deal ever made. The 15% tariff rate is well below the 25% tariff rate the Trump administration had threatened in a letter to Japan earlier this month. Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 179 points. The S&P 500 rose 4 points. The Nasdaq lost 81 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Protesters in Northern California voiced their concerns before an annual meeting where local leaders talked about cooperation between the Sheriff's Department and ICE.
If we don't step up and we don't speak out, we know that we'll continue to slide into this authoritarian space.
Ogie Strawgetz with Invisible Resistors Contra Costa. Immigration advocates in Contra Costa County are urging the Sheriff's Department to stop informing ICE about people unless they have a warrant or a court order. The executive director of the new State Board of Immigration Enforcement states that Florida sheriffs will soon be making independent immigration arrests. Larry Keefe also revealed that the state law enforcement officials will announce in the coming days a plan to utilize available county jail bed space.
57 of which are run by sheriffs, 10 of which are run by counties, to where those beds will always be made of, as they come clean and are available, will be put into play with all of the logistics work along with the transportation.
Governor DeSantis reiterated that while the state is helping, it's the federal government's responsibility to house and process illegals. A legal battle is underway between the California Department of Motor Vehicles and Tesla.
The two-story facility officially opened on Monday. It features 80 fast charging stations, 2 movie screens, and a restaurant with robots serving food, which comes in Cybertruck-shaped boxes. The restaurant also has a rooftop dining area with a bar and theater-style seating. This could serve as a prototype for future Tesla diners in other cities. I'm Daniel Martindale.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, as we roll into a new day from time zone to time zone, this hour, we'll delve into the full report. New study by the American Transportation Research Institute says truck drivers are getting older, more educated, and more diverse. Understanding this shift can help carriers attract the next generation of drivers. Some key shifts in the American truck driver profile. Researchers found differences in age, race, education, and employment types over the years. However, the number of female truck drivers remained unchanged. There was a lot divulged from the Transportation Research Institute report. Again, more on that coming up. First, we get back to Pappy, though. Thanks for hanging in there.
Thanks for having me over, Steve. No, but man, Steve, that list just goes on and on and on and on. But getting to Comey. James Comey, who investigated the Clinton email scandal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Made the decision not to recommend prosecution to the DOJ. Turns out that the Clinton Foundation was audited by a law firm by the name of DLA Piper. One of the executives there was in charge of the Clinton Foundation audit. What was that person's name? Peter Comey, James Comey's brother.
Wow.
Steve, right when that audit was going on, their firm received $50,000 to $100,000 from the Clinton Foundation. A little suspicious. So it was a little suspicious, and a guy by the name of Douglas Emhoff decided he better take a leave of absence. Who's Douglas Emhoff? Kamala Harris's husband. Steve, he was also a main investor in remember the Dominic voting machines?
Mm-hmm.
Remember after the 2020 elections, all this crap that came out about these voting machines. Right? Come to find out that it's a fact. George Soros had ties to these voting machines. Kamala Harris's husband was a main investor. You know who owned Dominic voting machines? The owner, Steve, Richard Blum. Any idea who Richard Blum is?
I've heard the name, but I'm not sure.
Husband.
Is that right? Wow.
It just goes on and on and on. Hey, I want to bring up, was it Daryl was talking? No, who was that? Called in, was asking about where are the parents?
Yes, Carl.
Daryl, who was that?
Carl.
They got it. Carl. My bad. I get him and Daryl confused sometimes. Daryl's always asking how strikers.
Yeah, that's right.
Steve, you wouldn't believe what we see at work, man. Listen, they know where to go to look for these girls. You know? Let's just say there's communities that you can go to find these girls. Some of these girls are habitual runaways.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And to where the parents just, it amazes you, but the parents just kind of like give up. Yeah, she ran away again. She was gone a month last time. She came back. Steve, this ain't no joke. And I'm only going back a few weeks. Here's this one boy out here. He would go to his father's, and he didn't like going to his father's because the father kind of said no. Yeah, he kind of enforced a little bit of discipline on him, right? So every time he would go to his father's, he would run away. And we literally picked him up, took him back home to the dad, and 2 hours later he ran away. Was gone for several days. We picked him up, took him back home, ran away. Steve, this happens. And I'm telling you, these parents, I went to a run a couple months ago now, these parents, they were older. It was an older couple too, had a younger son. He was 15. Had his 15-year-old girlfriend living with them, with their son, and she was staying in the bedroom with her 15-year-old son, Steve. And and I'm like, does this girl's parents allow it? Oh yeah, we cleared it with them. Anyway, we had a run there where mom wanted both of them kicked out because they were getting smart. So the sister came and picked up Junior. Dad came and picked up the 15-year-old girl. 2 hours later, I won't say the name of the agency, but they got a call for a runaway 15-year-old. And sometimes these kids will sometimes these kids will literally tell their parents, hey, I'm going over Little Susie's for a couple weeks. I'm going to go stay over there. Okay, Susie, have a good time, honey. They don't check up. They don't call. They don't confirm.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing what the hell you see out here. And Maxwell knew how to target these girls. She went into some trailer parks down there, knew how to target these girls. And she had a list, apparently, what people liked. I like skinny little redheads. Well, that was her goal. Let me go find a little 14, 15-year-old skinny little redhead for so-and-so. Just amazing. And the thing is, Steve, is these girls were all juveniles, right? And like I said, trying to identify a 14 or 15-year-old girl in a video or a photo, and you have no name, nothing to go by. I mean, how do you find these victims if they haven't come out and reported it, right? And it's a fact. There are some of these girls that have came out and reported it to the FBI and turned up dead.
Mm-hmm.
So you can see why some of these victims aren't too real. They're a little reluctant to come out and say, yeah, I'll testify in court in front of these globalists that'll probably have me killed. Same way, Steve, I think I mentioned this on your show. I don't know, but think of this. You got some 14, 15-year-old, 16-year-old girl on this island, and some dude comes in and has sex with her, whether it was consensual or rape or whatever. Well, state of Ohio, a 14-year-old girl cannot give consent for an adult, right? It's called rape. Unlawful sexual conduct. They have no idea who these men are. I mean, think about it, Steve. If you showed your grandson a picture of Nancy Pelosi, would he know who the hell she is?
Likely not. So, and teenagers, they don't pay attention to global politics or U.S. politics. They're living life. Yes, and yeah. So, in other words, you got a high-profile individual, a congress member, a senator, a prince could come in and they wouldn't know who it is.
Yeah. No clue. No clue. So they had a pretty good racket going there, Steve, especially, when you're working with Mossad and MI6 and the CIA and who knows who else. So I don't know. See, the thing is it's so complicated. So complicated. Can you really even ever get to the bottom of it? I'm sure there are. And what did the CIA erase? Seriously, knowing that once Trump got elected again, all right, we got to make this stuff go away. We can't let him get his hands on some of this. Hey, we'll let these files stay, right? But these other ones, no. Hey, Joey, go over there in the back room and make up some false virals.
Yep.
Just stuff in here, too, while we're at it.
How difficult is it to make up a file, right?
So, you know, so we'll see what happens. I think they are going after Comey for this treason we talked about. We've been talking about on your show the last couple of nights. Steve, I honestly think they're gonna go after him. I think you might see some indictments come down on Comey, Brannon, Clapper, all these guys. I think if you pick up some lower people in the totem pole, like maybe Barack Obama's Attorney General, Eric Holder, pick him up, put him in the back of the seat and say, yeah, we're taking a trip, man. We're going to have a little talk. Oh, your turn to have him meet us here. Kind of start in the middle and work your way up. I think the ones in the middle are going to just jabber up. Jabber. What do you want to know? I'll tell you.
Let's make a deal.
I don't want to spend 20 years in prison.
Let's make a deal.
You know, let's make it. Which curtain do you want there, babe? 1, 2, or 3? You want probation? 5 years, 10 years? Hey, Steve, let's throw in curtain number 4. The penalty for treason can be death.
Mm-hmm.
So, serious charges. I think you're going to see some indictments, and I think it's going to be for treason. I don't think they're going to tamper this down. Tampering with records, right? We already seen what the one FBI attorney got for that when he falsified an affidavit to the Pfizer court, was caught red-handed and admitted to it. He lied to a Pfizer judge. And what did he get? Probation. Steve, if I went into the courtroom and committed perjury on something as serious as a serious trial, no rape charge, a homicide, a felonious assault, a serious felon, Steve, they bear me under the jail, man. But not these elites. They get away with it. Until now, maybe, I'm thinking. I'm hoping, Steve, if we want to win the primary, they need to. American people want this, just like they wanted the Epstein file to come out. Trump's ratings have dropped since this. The way it's been handled, he for a smart guy, and I'm still a Trump supporter. Don't get me wrong. I don't believe. You never say never, but I really don't believe, Steve. Even if you showed a video of Trump having sex with some 15-year-old girl, I'd probably have to really make sure this ain't AI generated.
Yep.
Right?
Because nowadays.
Because it can be done.
Yep.
You know, I just find it hard to believe. You know, I just find it too hard to believe. So we'll see what happens. But I think we're going to see some indictments. So let's hang tight and see what happens. We'll have some stuff to talk about in the future. That's for sure, right?
No doubt.
All right, man. Appreciate you taking the call.
Hey, thanks for dialing us up. Have a good morning. Yeah, be safe out there. Yeah, interesting times, folks. It's 844-844-3388.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hotshot Secret's Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
We roll on. Looks like Buckwheat is on board. Happy Hump Day. Morning, Buckwheat.
Good morning, Steve. How do I sound today? Got myself a new headset.
Sounds fine to me.
All right. Good deal. Hey, I was pretty excited last weekend when I heard about Barack Obama being behind all this shenanigans that was handicapping Trump in his first election, because I do remember before Trump was elected, they came out and said that Russia was interfering with the election, but they couldn't influence it. And then after he got elected, I'm going back. Great, but they said, that Russia influenced the election, and it was Russia's fault that Trump got elected. And I just think there's all kinds of shenanigans going on. And what Pappy said there about everybody being intermarried and, they have personal ties, and with the Democrat Party, the leaders of the Democrat Party, it just makes a lot of sense. Everybody has their hand in the cookie jar, and nobody's ratting each other out, But anyhow, it's I hope something gets done. I hope they don't, like Pappy was saying, downgrade it and in charges, But yeah. Hey, we'll just have to wait and see what happens. But anyhow, yeah. So, but yeah, it's yesterday was my off day, and I was out gallivanting around, and we happened to have to be chauffeurs to Ashton's camp there, and we had this little girl along again, and I was a little bit nervous about what shenanigans we're going to have to deal with, and we went past somebody's house that we knew, and so I blew the horn, just for anyhow, and she starts laughing in the back, and she laughed and laughed and laughed for about 20 minutes. And my wife's cream of wheat there said, "Well, Dale, you just know how to go with the girls." And I was like, "Oh man, what did I get myself into?" But anyhow, cream of wheat there, we were listening to the last portion of the show there that from last night, and she said that, what are we going to do when Steve Sommers retires? And I was like, well, I really don't want to think about it, but he's only a couple years older than me, so hopefully he don't retire before I'm done driving truck.
Right.
But she suggested that you get somebody on the weekend that they can step in and fill your shoes, because she was saying the overnight air personality is something that we really, really don't have nowadays. Everything's all canned and, nationwide stuff. But, what you give to us people is something that is very special. It's, personalize the talk that we have. But anyhow, but yeah, I did see something yesterday that I thought was sort of odd. We had to stop to watch a train go past, and they had an engine in the middle of the train. And normally they're in the front or the back. Mm-hmm. And I was just wondering if anybody else has seen this, if they, if that's something new that they're doing, or if it's just something that is something special, But yeah, I just thought that was a little bit odd, But anyhow, I don't always see all the trains, but it's, I didn't know if any other drivers had seen anything like that, but yeah. So anyhow, enjoy your show and enjoy your personality you add to the overnight. You keep us awake.
All right, that's what we're here to do. So, that's my job there, Buckwheat.
And you do it really good. You do it really good. So anyhow, we're on our way to New York, and we'll speak at you later.
All right, thanks for checking in. Thank you for the update. I don't know, as far as the trains, just off the top of my head, I'd say maybe that's a train that is actually two separate trains, one of which is going to be hauling a certain number of cars a further distance, and when they can break off, and the other's going to be stopping at another yard along the way, that sort of thing. That would make logical sense to me. But I don't work the rail yards. Hey, Philip in Florida, I got you coming up. Brain Dead is on board, on down the line, rolling into Hump Day, as we like to call it. Yeah, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, back after this.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Director of National Intelligence says there are more documents showing Obama's White House led the effort to manufacture intelligence that Russia interfered in the 2016 election. Tulsi Gabbard has already passed along her ongoing investigation to the Department of Justice.
We will be releasing these documents shortly in the wake of the release that we did last week. I'm very encouraged by the fact that we have whistleblowers.
President Trump backed Gabbard today, saying the intelligence community caught Obama cold. Former President Obama's office calls the allegations outrageous. The White House is banning the Wall Street Journal from traveling with President Trump during an upcoming trip.
The Wall Street Journal won't be on the president's trip to Scotland, and the announcement comes after the outlet reported on Trump's alleged letter to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Trump has filed a lawsuit against the Journal alleging defamation, and he has denied writing the letter. I'm Mark Nephew.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medishare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medishare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
But I keep telling people love Medishare, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medishare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, what do you say? We'll head down to the Sunshine State somewhere. Off to work we go. Good morning, Philip.
Morning, buddy. Hey, Steve, I think I can help you on that train question there. It's about power distribution. So if that train that he saw was like really super long, super heavy, they can control the engine in the middle of the train remotely. So they can put another power unit in the middle of the train and keep it pulling. They have engines staged at certain areas, the mountains and whatnot, that all these engines do is just push trains up, pull them down, that kind of thing for power distribution. So it's all about power distribution. Now they can run it as a dead train, so to speak, a dead locomotive, where they can, like if they're transporting it, they can do that too as well. And they can break it off, like you said too, if they want to break it off and make another train out of it. That does happen too. You know, Steve, you're in a really interesting area, and I just found out about this recently. In Cincinnati there, that's like one of the main break areas for a lot of trains. And you guys actually have the hump, they call it, where they can break the train off and let the cars roll down the hill, and then they build other trains off of them. So you've got one there in Cincinnati. It's pretty cool. If anybody is really interested in trains and you're on YouTube and you're into that thing and watching trains, there's a guy on there, his channel is called Jawtooth, and he does a really good job. He's actually out of the area close to where you're at, in Kentucky and Cincinnati and that, and or Ohio area. He's over in there, and he does a jam up good job with talking trains and and stuff. And if you're interested in trains, he's one of the guys to go to on YouTube if you like checking out trains. So, cool. But hopefully that'll help him on that question. And but they do it for power. It's all about power. Because it makes sense. You don't want to put everything in the front. You're pulling the fire out of it, even if you got 3 or 4 engines pulling it. You know, you can put it in the middle, and you're pulling there's 3 or 4 engines are pulling the front half hard, and then you got that extra power in the middle. You're pulling it as well. You know, and sometimes they put them at the end. They'll have pushers at the end as well. So, like, you know, like trying to get up a mountain, they'll put a pusher on there, and they'll push it up with a locomotive, and then that locomotive will go back down, do it all over again. You know, they do that all the time. So, but that's my little bit. I never really got interested in trains as much until I started driving the monorails, and then I got into it more, and you know, and I understand it now because I deal with it every day at work. You know, we work with propulsion and all that stuff,
right?
All that train stuff. So, but how's your day going, buddy? Is it hump day?
It is hump day. Here it is. So we start looking toward the weekend. I don't know what's on the slate this weekend, but I guess it's the heat's really supposed to start building in here, for especially Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and maybe we'll get some actual pool time in.
Oh man, I tell you what, man, it's been hot fire down here. I mean, it's been hot. I mean, we've been hitting almost 100 every day down here. You know, we got them highs coming in, man. The storms. It's good that we're not getting the hurricanes right now, which we're a little bit above average in the season, but we're not, you know, having a lot of stuff. A lot of people say it's a bust. It's not a bust until it's over. But, you know, we'll just have to sit back and wait. I feel for what Pappy was saying earlier about the Democrats. I think they're all in together. The thing that interested me, Steve, is how come them folks, when they get married, they don't take each other's name? Can you answer me that question, Steve?
I often wondered the same myself. Yeah, why is it they keep their last names?
I mean, if you listen to what Pappy's analogy was earlier, and he was talking about all them people are married, but they don't have the same last name. I never could understand that. You know, I never could understand that one. You know, I mean, I guess it's just what I was raised in. Maybe I'm being ignorant. I don't know, but you know, it seemed like to me when you married somebody and you're committed to somebody, you took their name. You know, and I never could understand that one. You know, even well, you know, you understand. You look at Hillary. You know, she still kept her full name, but she put Clinton on the end of it.
Right, Hillary Rodham Clinton. Yes.
And Steve, what? That's right. And but I'm a little sad today. You know, Ozzy died, and you know, as a guitar player, that was, you know, learning his stuff when I was in my teens. You know, I mean, like one of the first songs I ever learned was Iron Man. You know, and of course we've all, you know, Crazy Train and all that stuff that Ozzy did himself. But what's your thoughts on Ozzy there, Steve?
Yeah, I was kind of caught off guard because, you know, I had been tuning into some of the clips where he did that final performance a couple weeks ago there, and it's the last time he was ever going to perform Mama, I'm Coming Home, which, you know, he did pretty good. I didn't realize he was that ill in health. I mean, I knew the Parkinson's and all that, but I didn't think he was that close to passing.
Yeah, I didn't either. I've heard a lot of mixed reviews about things. I'm still investigating, you know. I don't know. It's kind of really strange the way he passed, you know, and I got to still do some research out there to see what I can find out about it. But, you know, but he's going to be missed. I mean, there's a lot of guys that built their careers on learning a lot of the stuff that he put out there, you know. All the guys from Sabbath and Ozzy's work of himself, you know. And Pappy was talking a little bit about the 15-year-olds and that stuff. If anybody wants to, just get on YouTube and check out Grady Judd, and I guarantee you there's about 1 million freaking press conferences of Grady Judd talking about human trafficking. It is out there. It is out there big time. And what, these kids, they're enticed, and it's crazy. Grady Judd is like, this human trafficking thing has got out of hand down in there. I mean, and he's I don't know how many stings he's had with finding, these underage kids and these guys that want to go for these underage kids, so, and it ain't just guys, it's women as well. I mean, it's all over the place. So, but anyway, I'm going to get going, buddy. I appreciate y'all having me, and y'all have a good day. Thank you.
All right. Enjoy your hump day there. Hopefully a pleasant day. Another hot one there. Busy time of year at the amusement parks there. Orlando, right? Summer vacation time. About 18 before the hour. It is 844-3388. The American Transportation Research Institute said the trucking industry is undergoing a significant demographic shift, reflecting broader societal, market, and labor force changes. As the current truck driver workforce nears retirement, the industry faces both a challenge and a unique opportunity to resupply its ranks by actively engaging younger, more diverse, and historically underrepresented populations. The average age of a truck driver is increasing. Government data reveals the average age is 47. Now, older than the total U.S. workforce average age of 42. However, industry data shows a much older average trucker. The data puts the average age at 56 for owner-operators. Last year, 2 decades ago, the average age was 50. This could pose some issues not too far down the road as Generation X and baby boomer truckers, who make up 62% of the workforce, start to retire. Right now, only 20% of truck drivers are age under 35. That suggests the younger generations are not as interested in trucking. According to the Transportation Research Institute, younger truck drivers have different job priorities. They look for stable career paths, a healthy work-life balance, good company culture, and stronger training. Researchers recommend that carriers adjust their job offerings to attract these younger drivers. Study found that 14% of truck drivers have a college degree, up from 9% in 2008. In contrast, nearly half the total U.S. workforce holds a college degree. Only 16% of truckers did not finish high school, down from 20%. Most have a high school diploma or equivalent as their highest education. Earlier this year, Louis Pugh spoke on a panel about the truck driver recruitment called "Where's the Next Generation?" addressing the talent pipeline crisis in trucking. He said that trucking's been able to recruit new drivers, but unable to keep them, pointing to the turnover rates, 90% or higher at many large trucking companies. As an industry, he says, we have to admit our problems are truly make the job attractive. Who wants to come out here and give away 20 hours of free labor every week and try to find a safe place to park every night, not get paid overtime despite working 70 hours, missing your family? Lots of people come into the industry every year. Problem is they don't stay. The industry needs to do a lot of self-reflection and self-repair. Truck drivers are becoming more racially diverse. In the past decade, the percentage of white drivers dropped from 77% to 63%. The overall U.S. workforce also saw a decrease from 77% to 72%. While the shift has been gradual, there was a noticeable drop in 2021 that continued into 22. Meanwhile, the percentage of black and Hispanic truck drivers has increased over the same period. Most notable was the increase in black drivers from 15 to 23% over the past 10 years. The percentage of Hispanic truck drivers rose from 19% to 23%. And both of those shifts occurred sharply in 2021. Yeah, fleets that invest in inclusive practices can enhance recruitment and reduce turnover. And one more tidbit from this, because they had several other things here, but most truck drivers are employees. There's a growing trend toward owner-operators and independent contractors. According to our historical surveys, employee drivers have accounted for 58% of truck drivers, followed by the independent contractor at 26%, owner-operators at 15%. There were some changes that occurred around the same time as the other demographic shifts. Currently, 55% of fleets are one-truck operations. That's up from 51% in 2016. The percentage of one-truck fleets peaked in 2021 and 22 at 57%. That coincided with all the new entrants in the wake of the pandemic that created high demand and high rates. Consequently, the driver glut was also created once the demand began to normalize. The truck driver jobs have been dropping since then. 844-844-3388. Back to the calls into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with SpeedMax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's SpeedMax. SpeedMax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All right, back at it here, and I do believe it's that Senor Heatwave joining us.
Yes, it is, Senor. How you doing this morning?
Hey, hump day. How about that?
Yes, it is. Yeah, I was going to buckwheat out here in the West. They are allowed to have 3-mile-long trains, and it's not uncommon to see 4 engines up front, 2 or 3 in the middle, and another one in the back end. So I don't know. I think there's probably a length restriction out in y'all's neck of the woods, but yeah, out here in the West, they want it to go, and so they'll power it up and say, "Here you go, boys." So it's not uncommon out in the West at all.
Wow.
Oh, let's see here. Yum. Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. And, you know, the caboose, you ask a kid what a caboose is, they'll say, oh, I don't know, that's something my mama spanks. You know, they have no idea what a caboose is. You know, they'll see something red and go, what's that? And, you know, what they're doing is they're got meet points where they'll meet their a car or a Suburban that'll take the crew off the train and put another one on the train in a remote area. And it's like, you know, it might not be a bad idea to bring back the idea of having a caboose on these trains. It's like, you know, I would assume the caboose was the resting place for the crew when they swapped out. You know, they had a little pot-bellied stove or something in there to keep warm. Well, I'm talking about the older ones, but yeah, it seemed like they would benefit to have the cabooses back on the trains. But what the hell would I know? I'm just a damned old truck driver, right? Now, my son, number 2, he decided he was going to go ahead and get his CDL, and he passed all the qualifications to get one. But now he thinks, now that he's got that secured, he's going to spend 10 years at our place getting his teeth done. And it's like, no, that's not going to happen. Hey, if you take your problems out on the road, you get them fixed out on the road. We're not going to have you staying at our place until you get them fixed. You know, some of these kids, they just, I don't know, it's like you said, they want to come home every night. They want to make that big paycheck, but they really don't understand you got to stay out to work. You got to stay out to make that money. And he made some bad decisions in his earlier youth. Now, right now he's like 36, 37, but he still has a mentality of, I got to play my games on my phone and I got to pay them. And, you know, he's living basically rent-free on our property in his trailer. But, yeah, these kids got to understand, hey, sacrifices are going to have to be made. I made mine. And, you know, they're going to have to get up and go out there and find out what it's really like. He didn't want to get a job that was going to have him work, like lifting a lot of stuff. And I thought, well, yeah, that's not going to happen. You're going to be lifting a lot of stuff. And he wants to get an LTL job. I says, well, you better pay your dues first. So now he's going to try to get on with a local gas hauler where he can be hauling natural gas, or not natural gas, propane, to people out in our neck of the woods that are on propane. And I says, well, you know, you're going to be doing some lifting. You're going to be doing some leg work. And you're going to be out there in the cold, and you're going to be out there during the heat. So, you know, get used to it. Well, last night I called y'all from Salt Lake City, and they said, well, we don't have anything, but we got this one going to Toledo. So I figured I'd be going to see a Mudhens game with Max Klinger. After sitting there at the yard for about 6 hours, they decided, well, you know what, we're going to send you to Atlanta. So, I don't know, I'm thinking a Mudhens game would have been a lot better to watch than an Atlanta Braves game, but, such is the life of being on the road. You know, your future is just, you just don't know. It could be definite one minute and then definitely somewhere else the next. So, but message to Buckwheat, hey, give me a holler when you can. After the show, we'll go ahead and we'll get up a gang of people and we'll just start shooting the bull. As far as Obama, well, I don't particularly like the character anyways, and I never did approve of his choices for the decisions he made, but it was like, well, got to live with it for only be a short time, and then someone else will be in there kicking around the different ideas. This Epstein thing, it's pretty amazing that the Wall Street Journal is going to publish a letter, or has published a letter, allegedly from Trump to Epstein. And it's like, don't you cats know that the media's already lost 2 or 3 major cases against Trump? Why would you think you have the silver bullet and push that narrative, and then knowing full well Trump's going to take you to court? I mean, I don't see anyone else taking these people to court. But then again, it's all been a left-leaning news system or gossip page, is what these agencies are now. The 3 letters.
I mean, supposedly, Trump actually, I mean, he warned, who was it, Rupert Murdoch, that if they published that, he was going to sue, and sure enough, they did, and he did, and but I think they just came up with a settlement with Paramount. That's one of the latest suits that had been filed. Hey, the midnight hour on the West Coast rolls upon us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Alina Habba is out as interim U.S. Attorney for the District of New Jersey.
A panel of federal judges declined to extend Habba's 120-day limit on Tuesday. They instead used a rarely used power to appoint a new interim U.S. Attorney, Desiree Lee Grace. Habba named Grace as her assistant after President Trump selected her for the position in March. Trump nominated Habba to serve a full term last month, but the Senate has yet to take up a vote. Habba's come under the scrutiny of Democrats, including Newark Mayor Ross Baraka and Congresswoman LaMonica McIver, who she charged in connection with a confrontation at the ICE detention center at Delaney Hall in Newark. I'm Kristen Marks.
The White House is blaming the policies of former President Joe Biden for the shooting of an off-duty Border Patrol officer in New York.
Spokesperson Caroline Leavitt says Biden's immigration policies allowed for the suspect to enter the U.S. and roam free.
This tragedy that took place over the weekend at the hands of yet another illegal alien invader who was allowed into our country and released by the Biden administration.
Leavitt said it's cases like these that led to Trump's 2024 victory. The officer was shot in the face, but is still expected to survive. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Congressman Thomas Massey says President Trump's threats against him will backfire tremendously.
The president has launched a targeted campaign against the Kentucky congressman who voted against the president's big, beautiful bill and denounced last month's military strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities. According to Massey, his political rivals have spent $1.8
$1.8 billion to go against him, but efforts have had very little effect. Massey is confident in his campaign, saying, "I am going to prevail." And he added his actions will embolden members of Congress to go with their constituents and not just toe the party line. I'm Chris Carangio.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gasoline today is $3.14. Mono County, California is up to $5.82, while Simpson County, Mississippi is down to $2.53. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber McGee and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you an email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
radio.
That's right. Use the promo code
word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in, save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com. at 100radioshows.com.
President Trump says the feds have Adam Schiff 100% on mortgage fraud.
Now it looks like Adam Schiff really did a bad thing.
A possible criminal case against Schiff has been referred to the Justice Department from the federal housing finance officials. The Hurricane Center is monitoring a disturbance in the central part of the Atlantic as Florida bakes under a heat dome.
National Weather Service meteorologist Robert Moyetta says the hot, dry air is actually a storm killer.
Going to be encountering conditions that are not conducive for formation, such as, for example, this dry air, the Saharan dust, as well as a little bit of strong winds aloft, or wind shear as we call it.
He says the dust also acts as a filter and prevents the rays of the sun from hitting and heating the surface of the ocean, which acts as a fuel for storms. Moyetta says the Saharan dust will likely prevent the latest disturbance from becoming Dexter. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Heavy metal and reality TV star Ozzy Osbourne is dead at the age of 76. Kiss rocker Gene Simmons noted Osbourne died just weeks after his farewell concert.
Said goodbye to the fans and I love you, and then he passed.
Simmons says the news of Osbourne's passing is heartbreaking. Osbourne enjoyed a successful solo career after starting off as the lead singer of Black Sabbath. He died after a series of ailments and surgeries that forced him to retire. In a statement, the Osbourne family said, Ozzy died surrounded by love. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Tel's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. Tel has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Another hour underway as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Thanks for spending some time with us here. Hump Day upon us. All right, kick things off this hour. I do believe the old timer's with us. Morning, old timer.
Good morning.
How the heck are you?
Good morning.
Yes.
I'm fine, thank you. How are you doing this evening?
No complaints on my end.
I got you're talking about them trains, engines in the middle of the train. I always thought they were for hobos to get in and out of the dry.
There you go.
My question is, do you really miss? How bad do you miss, or do you miss AM radio? I miss it real bad. Personally, because I mean, you got the overnight radio, and it I mean, it depends on what part of the country you're in, but is AM done, or, you know, they don't even have radios in cars no more, but then I heard where they may put AM radios in cars. And another thing,
there was a discussion about removing AM from newer automobiles, and they pretty much shot that down. AM is still in automobiles because most of the AM radio stations, the bigger AMs around the country, are called primaries when it comes to the emergency alert system. Yeah, that's, nowadays everybody's got the smartphone and they get their emergency alerts that way. But AM radio has traditionally and still is considered a national. It's needed in a national emergency to divulge information to the public. So AM radio's still here. It's here to stay. And we're on. We're actually just had an AM affiliate join us there. We're on in Denver, Colorado. Yeah, we got a number of affiliates around the country on the AM dial.
Are you still on Cincinnati WLW or WWL?
WWL was New Orleans. Cincinnati was WLW. We're not on those affiliates at this point in time.
I like that traffic report on that guy that done the traffic. I always like hearing him. Another thing, if I may, is there any truth, or is that fake news? In Arkansas, you got to speak English if you're a truck driver.
Technically, that's...
You know anything about that?
Technically, that's all over the country now. Arkansas was one of the first states that addressed it. And, of course, now here, as of June 25th, all over the country, if you get pulled over by the DOT, you have to have English proficiency. You have to be able to communicate with the law enforcement and be able to read the signs, things of that nature. That's all over the country now.
Well, that's the best thing that ever happened. Wouldn't you think?
I mean, technically, it's something. It had been on the books since, 1939. It was not heavily enforced. I mean, way back in the day, there weren't that many drivers that did not have English proficiency, which has changed a lot. It changed during the Obama. The Obama administration took it off the out-of-service criteria list, as we know. And, of course, Trump reinstating that. So we're just waiting for the first few months of numbers to come in to see how many are actually being placed out of service there, old-timer. All right, moving to, finally, the Olympic Committee setting the record straight less than a year ago. Yeah, we were talking about how the United Nations, hardly a bastion of right-wing thinking, they estimated that 900 female athletes lost medals to men, a.k.a. trans women, in sporting events around the planet. It is an injustice, maddening, and the left and self-titled Party of Women cheered it on in the name of trans rights and tolerance. One of the reasons Donald Trump won re-election was in response to his abject nonsense, and his administration worked to undo the damage the left has wrought in women's sports. Just a couple of weeks ago, UPenn changed their policies regarding men and women's sports. Now the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee has done the same. The headline this past day: the United States Olympic and Paralympic Committee has changed its eligibility rules as of Monday to bar transgender women from competing in Olympic women's sports. Now will comply with President Trump's executive order on the issue. According to the post on the organization's website, the new policy, expressed in a rather short, vaguely worded paragraph, kind of tucked under the category of USOPC athletic safety policy, does not include details of how the ban's going to work, nor does the new policy include the word transgender or the title of Mr. Trump's executive order, which was keeping men out of women's sports, referring to Executive Order 14201. The committee's new policy means that the national governing bodies of the sports federations in the United States, which oversee sporting events for all ages from youth to masters competitions, must now follow the U.S. Olympic Committee's lead, according to several chief executives of sports within the Olympic movement, which is a win for women's sports. In other words, we will no longer see males identifying as females in the boxing ring, which was one of the biggest controversies of the last Olympic Games. I believe there were a total of 3 transgender males competing in female boxing, if memory serves. All right, I came across this past morning. It was scrolling through Facebook, but it's an advertisement, like you see advertisements looking for truck drivers. This was looking for firefighters. And I was just kind of astounded by the numbers as far as pay for a firefighter. And I'm just kind of curious, is this across the board? Obviously, I know law enforcement gets paid. Yeah, you get a better salary in some of the big cities where the higher crime rates. Yeah, smaller communities, it's even law enforcement pay in some cases is pretty abysmal. But this was the Tuscumbia Fire Department. Are you ready to serve your community and build a rewarding career? Tuscumbia Fire Department looking for dedicated individuals to join our team as full-time firefighters. Now here's the numbers. Non-certified pay, $36,461 a year. That's like $13.23 an hour, based on 2,756 working hours. Certified pay, not much better, $37,454, which translates to $13.59 an hour. Your top pay would be $38,584 at $14 an hour. Now that's flipping burger wages these days, right? Or even less in some cases. You also get RSA Tier 1 retirement, compensatory paid time off system. They do say CPAT required. Submit your CPAT. That's Candidate Physical Ability Test. Submit that with your application. Wow. Is it just me, or you spent some time in the firefighting line of work? Is that outrageously low in this day and age there?
Yeah, unfortunately not. That's a pretty common common
common
rate
number?
of pay for
Really?
and the thing is they want that's just as a basic firefighter. I mean, it's entry level, but you still have to have certain certifications and everything. You can't just. It's not just. You gotta go through so many hours of training and stuff like that. It's not. It's not. Well, you can go to college to get it, but a lot of times it's is just a basic entry. If you have the medical addition to that, go ahead.
Is the mentality that a firefighter spends a lot of time really more or less you're not fighting fires all the time, right? I mean, in some communities, fires are few and far between, but you need to be there when they need them. Most of the fire trucks in our area are sent out for whatever reason. They send a squad when somebody calls a live squad, but they'll send a fire truck behind them as kind of a backup thing.
Well, that's it. I mean, they run more on medical calls than they do anything else at this point.
Correct.
And back up the ambulances and, as you say, a rescue squad, and so that's where you'll get a little bit higher pay if you have like your EMT certification. A little bit more than a first responder that knows how to do CPR and so. You get, you can increase your pay a little bit that way, but yeah, starting wages are very low, and even when you get to the medical side, the medical side, you're lucky to start, probably less than $50,000 a year, and so it's very hard for anybody that's trying to come out and start a family or get a career to go. You gotta pretty much still live at home, and you can't afford to go out and buy a house and a car and with that type of salary. So it's a tough business, and so the question is what type of service do you get for that type of pay? I mean, you're talking you want people to come and put fires out at your house, or you want medical people to try to come take you to a hospital, and what type of service are you going to get for what you're paying? As you said, that's whopper flopper wages. So I don't know. It's a tough business, but governments don't have money to pay, and the thing is what. The amount of paid service is actually increasing now because you can't get people to go out and do it as a volunteer. The volunteer departments are, really struggling on just trying to get anybody to come in and just volunteer work anymore. So it's a tough business, and I hate to say it, even me buying my own fire truck that just sits in the yard and stuff. I always tell people when I go out and do things for the shows and that, it's the worst thing I have going is that I'm a one-man fire department, and it's you know why these people have the help wanted signs out there, because it's not a one-man job and trying to find people to do it. And it's the same way with the trucking industry. This is what Louis Pugh was saying about the trucking industry. You can't find people that want to come out here and do this type of work, either at this time of day or just even the job itself, and for what the industry can pay or what the industry is paying, and of course that's the problem with the turnover is what the rate of pay is for the work you do. And I've told a lot of people there's all these boxes that go up and down the road. I'd never be caught dead dragging one of them up and down the road. The rate of pay just doesn't equal what I think the value of my time is. So, it's where the all the industry's going. And as far as the owner operator side goes, the people trying to come into the business, you can't buy one of these trucks, even a used truck. If you buy a used truck, the first thing you're doing is having a truck that's going to have emissions problems. It's going to have a bad particulate filter. So now you got a $15,000 expense on a $70,000 truck you bought that you haven't even gotten a maintenance fund set up for yet. So it's hard to, you can't just, back in the old days, you could get a $2,000 truck out of the hedgerow and slap it together and make it safe to go down the road and build some revenue up and have some cash in the bank so that you can keep working on your old truck. But you certainly can't afford a new truck. $250,000, $300,000 for a new truck now. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know where things are going to go. It always is, for 35 years, looks like that, the owner-operator has always been a dying breed. It's, going to be the big companies and, Swift and Knight, or after they merged, they made that look like it was going to happen, and they're still gobbling companies up. Schneider used to gobble companies up. I don't know if they still try to as much as they did. JB was trying to gobble up some companies, and I don't know if they've leveled off at this point. But those were the companies that were going to be the big ones to put everybody, all the owner-operators out of business. So the only thing they can't do, and some of them are actually trying to get into it now with this dedicated service, is to get into the niche work where I'm at. And I see it getting closer. It hasn't completely happened yet, but it's getting closer. Anyways, so I guess the other thing I was going to get you with here was the train deal there. I was going to add a little more to that. Pretty much what you've heard so far is what I know is to be the facts. But not only does that engine in the middle supply power to go forward, it also supplies braking power for downhill. So you actually have extra braking and, increased air pressure. That engine in the middle of the train is actually generating, running air compressor. So it adds air to the system in the middle of the train. So you have better braking. You're not relying on air to come all the way from the front end or the back end. And but as Heatwave was saying, they use them to get, add additional engines to get up and over the mountains, but not only for the power going up, but also for the braking going down. So the engine does work both ways over the hills out there, and it really is more of a Western setup to have that. It's not as common to be out here in the East, but if they get a little bit longer train, especially if it was a heavier train, depending on what the load was, if they do a lot of, Rubber Ducks talked about this, the double stack containers. They put two containers on one chassis and they run them up the tracks that way. So if they have a mile long train that's all double stack containers, they'll have that much extra weight on the rails that they got to move. So they'll, as you say, a lot of times it's the front and the back, but they can additionally stick one in the middle, and everything, as Philip said, is remote control from the lead engine. So the lead engine controls everything, and they can increase, decrease, shut down, whatever they want from the front. Heatwave says something about a caboose. Now, back in the day, trains ran with 7 men on a train. Back in the days of the caboose, and as the train people didn't want to pay extra money because you didn't need, all the extra crew, because, you really needed what they called the brakeman and the conductor and the engineer, and then there was the extra labor, and they decided the extra labor wasn't needed. They cut the crews back to about 4, and that was about the time they knocked the cabooses off the end and just put a blinking red light back there, because, a blinking red light's a couple $100, and a caboose can, a couple $100,000, $250,000 for a caboose, kind of a big difference there. And then the maintenance of it to run it up and down the tracks. So at some point, they knocked the crews back. They decided they didn't need the brakemen anymore, so they've knocked the crews back to 2 now They dropped them originally to 3, and then they dropped them to 2. Now they're 2. So you had the conductor and the engineer. Their goal at this point is actually to get rid of the conductor. And I think it was Daryl last night that was asking. They're really trying to figure out, because they can do it. They can do it right now. They can run trains autonomously right from switchboards and actually don't need anybody on the train at all. So it goes back to, do they need a responsible party in the engine itself to, be somebody that's there in control? But as Daryl said, if that guy falls asleep and,
as a medical
have
emergency,
a dead man lever in the cab,
they got the heart attack or a stroke or whatever. Somebody's got to be in charge.
They do still run the dead man in them, so that if you have to have your foot on a pedal or hand on a lever or something to, if that goes free, then everything shuts down. But you're out there by yourself, and other than the dash cams, they're their only witness of what goes on out there, and there's a lot of responsibility to it. So there's another position that what's the rate of pay value for the job that you're asking to be performing, and it's a lot of responsibility out there for that. Even a 2-man crew with the conductor and the engineer, But anyways, there's kind of what I got for you for trains, trucks, firefighting.
There you go, planes, trains, and automobiles. But yeah, to answer Senor Heatwave's question, the caboose was pretty much, it was, what they call it, the home away from home. It was a place to rest, place to cook, store their belongings, especially when crews would work long hours. There was a time when they didn't really have any regulations, back in the day. With that, let's get a news break and back to your calls ahead. Hump Day coming on, 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Director of National Intelligence says there are more documents showing Obama's White House led the effort to manufacture intelligence that Russia interfered in the 2016 election. Tulsi Gabbard has already passed along her ongoing investigation to the Department of Justice.
We will be releasing these documents shortly in the wake of the release that we did last week. I'm very encouraged by the fact that we have whistleblowers.
President Trump backed Gabbard today, saying the intelligence community caught Obama cold. Former President Obama's office calls the allegations outrageous. The White House is banning the Wall Street Journal from traveling with President Trump during an upcoming trip.
The Wall Street Journal won't be on the president's trip to Scotland, and the announcement comes after the outlet reported on Trump's alleged letter to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Trump has filed a lawsuit against the Journal alleging defamation, and he has denied writing the letter. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medishare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medishare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people love Medishare, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medishare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on. At TEL,
because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. Well, over the next several days, we're talking the heat dome. Highs in the 90s, lower 100s. That continues to build over the middle of the Great Plains into the Mississippi Valley. A piece of that's going to break off and lunge east later this week. Yeah, that late week scorcher headed into the east. It's going to be kind of a quick whiplash. All right, Detroit's going to jump well into the 90s come Thursday. Philly, you're going to be in the middle to upper 90s Friday and Saturday. Heat indices in the lower 100s. Some daily records could be challenged, even though this is typically the hottest part of the year. Those overnight lows not going to offer much relief. Mid-70s to lower 80s. All right, while the Mid-Atlantic and Northeast have been no stranger to high humidity this summer, the mid-90s have only made an appearance once this month in Philadelphia. Yeah, Detroit has only reached 92 degrees this month. New York City, you'll reach well into the 90s come Friday and Saturday. Yeah, following only 3 days with highs in the 90s earlier this month. So the short, hot, humid spell is going to be feeling pretty significant. The humidity levels, right, for this weekend into early next week. Yeah, how far to the west and southwest some of the cooler air can travel, still uncertain. However, a southward plunge in the jet stream with a push of cooler air may give it more south and west momentum. Temperatures could be slashed by 15 to 30 degrees in the wake of that front later this upcoming weekend. So with highs in the 90s being replaced with highs in the 80s and even maybe upper 70s. It looks like in the pattern for the next 3 or 4 weeks, the number of days with near to below historical average temperatures and humidity may outweigh the hot, humid days by a margin of 2 out of 3 in the northeastern tier of the country. So another shot of heat coming on, but you are going to begin to see some cooling temperatures in the northeast. Good morning, Vic. Thanks for hanging in there. What's happening?
Oh, more than welcome. I enjoy it. Well, I enjoy calling in there. But does the New Palestine, Ohio, does that ring a bell with you?
Well, the train derailment and the fiasco and now concerns about the health of all those people there, yes, it does.
And you remember they had all that fancy stuff that was supposed to detect a hot box, on what they call a hot box. It's a hot bearing. And it didn't work very good.
Mm-hmm.
And as it was going down the track with that stuff flaming. So I don't know what happened, because they do have hot box detectors along the track. Somewhere, some of all that electrical stuff didn't communicate. And that was used to the conductor was in the caboose. And that was one of the things that the conductor would kind of look for whenever they were, in the olden days. And whenever they changed from the old steam engines back over to the diesel electric, they kept a lot of the same titles for people like firemen and all this other stuff, when they really should have changed those titles, because people kept fussing about, well, they don't need a fireman on a diesel and that type of thing. And I think maybe they changed their titles a little bit. That might have saved us some problems, because that was a big thing when they were fighting with the unions and all that. But the big thing is, when they're talking about all this stuff that being ran autonomous and everything else, you're putting an awful lot of faith in man-made equipment and communication equipment, and it has advanced rather greatly, but it doesn't really come up to the par of just the old human brain and the human observation. So whenever you were talking about all that stuff with what they're trying to get down to one person to the train, and the little red light on the back of the train now instead of the caboose, there's a kind of like with our autonomous trucking, there's an awful lot to be desired.
Mm-hmm.
But the other thing I wanted to talk about was, you were talking about those crypto whales getting out. I think a lot of that is because it will be regulated. And, I don't know if you remember or not, but way back when I mentioned that I'd bought up a bunch of crypto, I have no idea where my code is or how it works or anything else. I did it basically as kind of a bit of a joke. I don't know, if anybody managed to cabbage onto that or what. There's a lot of illegal activity going on with the crypto. The Silk Road thing, that was the website for all types of different illegal substances and all that. So maybe whenever they're talking about regulating it the way it should be, then a lot of those people might decide this might be a good time to depart.
Mm-hmm.
Because like on most investments, you'll get a daily statement, or at the very least a monthly statement. I've never gotten statement number one from the crypto thing, and I don't know how many other people are in the same fix that I'm in, but my personal feeling is if it went to somebody that did something good with it, I didn't spend that much money on it, and if it just opportunity money was lost, it really wouldn't bother me. But if it went to somebody backing causes that I don't much care for, like with that Sam Bankman-Fried or whatever his name was there that was donating to Democrat politicians, that might upset me a little bit. But over the years, actually, Steve, I lost more opportunity money when they jumped in there and started re-regulating all the financial industries. And I said, whenever they finally got around to, I think it was there in the late 90s, 1998, the Commodity Reformation Act or something like that. And then they did away with the Glass-Steagall thing, which allowed banks to take what was supposed to be safe, secure money and invest in different things. And so opportunity-wise, I probably lost way more money on that. And our current person, that Leffler, she's supposed to be in the small business area, she shut down all the small commodity exchanges. Her and her husband bought them all up, and she actually bought the Chicago Stock Exchange as well as the New York Stock Exchange, and she wanted to sell the Chicago Stock Exchange to the Chinese. So I'm really not too thrilled with her, but that's just some of the things going on there in the financial world, and I'm kind of surprised at some of the choices that Trump made. But again, it's but we can all I can say is we just dodged the bullet, and people have been trying every way to get back at Trump, and that's what this whole thing with Epstein is about. It's like look at the women that Trump has chosen over the years. I don't think he's the type of person that would be out there choosing underage girls. Maybe I'm wrong, but he has a tendency to like kind of tall, slender, blonde women and adult women. So I don't know why they keep trying to tie that back to Trump to deal with Epstein. Again, Epstein was in the financial world. Nobody that's murky. And the people that he keeps talking about, the intelligence agencies, so many of those former intelligence people, they go to work for private security firms, and most likely they will use the same tactics on the private side that they were taught on the government side. So that's why there will be a lot of similarities there. And that's where I was listening to Pappy talking about that whole thing with the runaways and all that. Mm-hmm. That whole thing is so sordid. It's really just kind of hard to fathom, but that goes on all the time. And that the whole deal there with the runaways back in the 70s and 80s, I mean, that got ridiculous. I mean, these pimps would hang out in bus stations, train stations, airports, or whatever, and they could spot them in a heartbeat. And I was familiar with one case where there was actually a TV soap opera writer and her cohort, and they departed rather quickly one time, and they threw a bunch of stuff in a trash can, and these were books on how to recruit people to commit incest and everything else. And the garbage truck driver said, we're not supposed to look at this. And that was back in the days when they had two people to the garbage truck. And he said what happened was that he jumped out to pick up this one can, and man, that thing was heavy. So he looked to see what was inside that, and there was a whole book, a whole library, I guess I should say, about how to recruit these people and how to look out for these people. And whenever Papa was mentioning about how different people would look around and look out for these runaways and everything, but this was actually going to supposedly just average middle-class families and stuff, and to kind of how to draw them into a web and get them started in this. And way back in the day, I don't know if you were familiar with it, before computers, they used to actually publish a catalog of different people and what they liked and what they didn't. And I've seen a couple of those catalogs, and when I was just sitting there killing time there at the motel, and I couldn't. I mean, if you've ever seen one of them, it's beyond belief. I mean, they're very specific about what they want and how they want it, when they want it, and everything else. So this whole deal with Epstein, frankly, I believe that's just some sort of a red herring or whatever, because China is more than happy to keep us confused, the United States. And I don't know if you've seen this on the news. Did you know that China has a Wells Fargo employee detained in China because they think he might be a spy or something or whatever? And it's kind of hard to find that. I don't know if you've seen that on the news or not, but that's not the only one. So if you're traveling to China and you're not, Tim Waltz, you may get back out of China and you may not. Just kind of depends on how they feel about things.
Right. I did see that headline this past day. Being detained. Yeah. All right, Tay, we got to get a quick timeout. Brain Dead got you coming up. The Blind Man, Nick's on board, and room for you at 844-844-3388.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support. Plus, access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with SpeedMax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's SpeedMax. SpeedMax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
All right, I do believe third time's a charm there, Brain Dead. What's going on this morning?
Well, the first time, though, I had to go grab this load coming back, so I knew it was going to be just a minute or two, and I knew he was going to come to me right after I filled up. I'm like, you know what, I'll just try him back when I leave out of this place here. So, I heard you reading the old Ruan laying people off story. It's not really surprising in a way. Kroger found a clause in the contract with the Teamsters that left the door wide open. Kroger right now is doing some serious cutting, so to speak. I'm going to fair warn people. If you live in Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, and Michigan, you might want to pay attention to this. The UFCW is about to go on strike because of the labor wages, the labor practices, and the cutting of hours without notice. I'm on several of the Facebook groups for Kroger employees, and the thing that really upsets them, and I totally agree with them, they make $2.4 billion in profit, but they're really not putting nothing back into the stores. I mean, it's honestly disgusting. It's like that rat infestation down there in Louisville. You know, how many times do you have to tell upper management, hey, you know, we're having a rat problem here. Can we fix this? Can we have a rat problem here? Can we fix this? Before somebody upper management goes, oh, I need to stop chasing the blonde around the office for a minute and actually do my job before my tea time here. This is what's upsetting to a lot of people. And I've also seen posts on there from various people up in your neck of the woods too, Steve, that saying that they were at 40 hours a week full time. They are now at 30, between 28 and 30. They have no health insurance because you have to work 32 or more hours to get health insurance. So there's no health insurance. If you are a part-timer, you're getting about 20 hours a week. You're barely getting 8. So this is how bad the cuts are going. And they still want people to work. They're full of work overtime and everything like this. They're asking people to take pay cuts. I mean, folks. I mean, this is beyond out of control. It honestly, in the back of my mind, I've said this to Dingbat and a few others. You know, it's just going to be a matter of time before they get rid of the Teamsters altogether. They don't want to pay the wages. They'd rather sub it out for cheaper. It's like, remember I told you earlier in the year that Quickway went under, the one that hauls our milk to our store. Remember this?
Yes, sir.
Well, they brought in Werner. And every store manager that I talked to on my bids that I did before I jumped off of it was, well, I can't say those words, but complaining and moaning. You can figure out the other words to that about the drivers. I mean, they had no clue on the paperwork. Some of them didn't even have any paperwork. They didn't know how to strap down the cartons, not the cartons, but the crates of milk. I mean, they had one trailer where the driver came in, bumped the dock, opened the door, and then there's all the milk going flying out. No straps at all. None. They can't back into docks. I mean, there's a store that I just left here. Well, no, I'm not too far up the road from where I loaded at. That it's kind of tricky if you know how to do it. I mean, even for somebody that's a seasoned professional, it takes an extra minute or two to get there. But this poor guy took 2 hours just to barely get it in off the street, not even anywhere near the dock, before the Pepsi guy ripped the guy out of the truck, backed it in, unloaded the truck, and pulled the truck out and said, there you go.
Wow.
This is what you get. This is what you get. Cheaper's not better, because we was told that they were going to shuttle it down from Murfreesboro down to our warehouse. We was going to go deliver it, because I think there's about 4 stores that even a day cab and a 53 have a hard time getting into. You're going to put a sleeper in there with a 48-footer with a driver with no experience. I'd love to see him crash through the wall at the one by the police station there. That's actually like right at the back of the police department. I mean, it's honestly, they can whine and complain because it's so bad. And Swift is not going to take any of these people on. It's not because they're the Teamsters. It's because they just don't want those people around. It's like one of our dispatchers here came from Quickway when Quickway had a terminal in Memphis. And she was still in contact with several of the people up in Murfreesboro when they went under. They all tried to get hired on at Werner, and Werner says, sorry, we don't want you around here. This is how the intelligence level they have is at these big mega fleet bottom feeder companies, is that, hey, you know what? we'll just let our drivers figure it out. Tear up the truck. You know what? It's all a tax write-off. Because Kroger could literally just come back and go, I'm sorry, you know what? You tore up our truck. You tore up a load of milk. Do it again and let's see what happens. But this company has no testicular fortitude. They will not go to the stores. They will not go to the warehouse. They will not come jump in this truck and go ride. They don't want to see what we see on a daily basis, Steve. That's the issue and the problem with a lot of the morale. My cousin's wife is retiring after 35. My cousin's wife has been with Kroger for 35 years, and she's retiring at the beginning of the year because it just sucks. I'm just trying to get to the next little bit myself before I actually go, hey, I'm out of here too, Steve. So
wow.
But did you hear about the lovely 23, the rule that NASCAR decided to change? Do you happen to hear about this?
I don't believe I have.
Well, NASCAR decided to go, hey, you know what? We're going to make the judge happy, and we're just going to sit there and go, you know what? We're going to go from having 6 open cars that could race a race and be qualified, and they come in based on owners' points and all of that. It's just another way to say to the judge, hey, you know what? They're allowed to come in. They're more than welcome to come in, but you know what? They want to fight us in court. It's a bunch of millionaires and billionaires fighting over something stupid.
Wow. Yeah, all right. Well, hey, we gotta pause there. One final hour yet to come your way right after this. Making our way into Hump Day. It's 844-844-3388.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call Tell today at 866-404-6289 or visit tell360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Alina Habba is out as interim U.S. Attorney for the District of New Jersey.
A panel of federal judges declined to extend Habba's 120-day limit on Tuesday. They instead used a rarely used power to appoint a new interim U.S. Attorney, Desiree Lee Grace. Habba named Grace as her assistant after President Trump selected her for the position in March. Trump nominated Habba to serve a full term last month, but the Senate has yet to take up a vote. Habba's come under the scrutiny of Democrats Democrats, including Newark Mayor Ross Baraka and Congresswoman LaMonica McIver, who she charged in connection with a confrontation at the ICE detention center at Delaney Hall in Newark. I'm Kristen Marks.
The White House is blaming the policies of former President Joe Biden for the shooting of an off-duty Border Patrol officer in New York.
Spokesperson Caroline Leavitt says Biden's immigration policies allowed for the suspect to enter the U.S. and to roam free.
This tragedy that took place over the weekend at the hands of yet another illegal alien invader who was allowed into our country and released by the Biden administration.
Leavitt said it's cases like these that led to Trump's 2024 victory. The officer was shot in the face, but is still expected to survive. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Congressman Thomas Massey says President Trump's threats against him will backfire tremendously.
The president has launched a targeted campaign against the Kentucky congressman who voted against the president's big, beautiful bill and denounced last month's military strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities. According to Massey, his political rivals have spent $1.8 billion to go against him, but efforts have had very little effect. Massey is confident in his campaign, saying, "I am going to prevail." And he added his actions will embolden members of Congress to go with their constituents and not just toe the party line. I'm Chris Carangio.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gasoline today is $3.14. Mono County, California is up to $5.82, while Simpson County, Mississippi is down to $2.53. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
President Trump says the feds have Adam Schiff 100% on mortgage fraud.
Now it looks like Adam Schiff really did a bad thing.
A possible criminal case against Schiff has been referred to the Justice Department from the Federal Housing Finance officials. The Hurricane Center is monitoring a disturbance in the central part of the Atlantic as Florida bakes under a heat dome.
National Weather Service meteorologist Robert Moyetta says the hot, dry air is actually a storm killer.
Going to be encountering conditions that are not conducive for formation, such as, for example, this dry air, the Saharan dust, as well as a little bit of strong winds aloft, or wind shear, as we call it.
He says the dust also acts as a filter and prevents the rays of the sun from hitting and heating the surface of the ocean, which acts as a fuel for storms. Moyetta says the Saharan dust will likely prevent the latest disturbance from becoming Dexter. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Heavy metal and reality TV star Ozzy Osbourne is dead at the age of 76. Kiss rocker Gene Simmons noted Osbourne died just weeks after his farewell concert.
Said goodbye to the fans and I love you, and then he passed.
Simmons says the news of Osbourne's passing is heartbreaking. Osbourne enjoyed a successful solo career after starting off as the lead singer of Black Sabbath. He died after a series of ailments and surgeries that forced him to retire. In a statement, the Osbourne family said, Ozzy died surrounded by love. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability for over 20 years. We've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Alrighty, rolling into that final hour here. One more time around, as they say, is the fans of rock and roll mourn the loss of Ozzy Osbourne. I came across, there's another old rocker out there that's still actually out there doing the tour. It's one Alice Cooper. It's another guy that he puts on the persona when he goes on stage. Some feel it almost, has an evil look to him. That's his rock and roll look. But Alice Cooper, far from the drug and alcohol party world. So it's a really down-to-earth guy. Many may be surprised, but he had posted here a few hours ago. Tonight, we found out the world lost Ozzy just minutes before going on stage in Cardiff, Wales, which is about 2 hours from the place where Ozzy was born. Before going on stage, Alice recorded a quote for his radio show known as Alice's Attic, stating, "Well, we all know time is going to take us rockers, but when the giants fall, it's really hard to accept. Even though everybody saw it coming with Ozzy, it just took our breath away when it happened. So Ozzy and family, your records, your music, and your legend and all that you brought, the humor to the rock business, will live on, and we're going to miss you, man." Alice and his band then dedicated last night's show to Ozzy's memory, and they were able to celebrate along with the crowd who had just learned of that great loss to rock and roll. Following the show, Alice kind of summed up his thoughts by saying, "The whole world is mourning Ozzy tonight. Over his long career, he earned immense respect among his peers and from fans around the world as an unmatched showman and cultural icon. I always saw Ozzy as a cross between the Prince of Darkness, which is the persona his fans saw, and the court jester. That was the side that his family and friends saw. He was and will continue to be a rock and roll legend. Rock and roll is a family and a fraternity. When we lose one of our own, it bleeds. I wish I could have got to know my brother Ozzy better. Sharon, Jack, Kelly, Amy, the rest of the Ozzy brood, our prayers are with you tonight. A titanic boulder has crashed, but rock will roll on. Rest easy, Ozzy. We'll see you on the other side." And that was from Alice, Cheryl, Chuck, Ryan, Tommy, Nita, the entire, the band there that dedicated last night's show to Ozzy. Meanwhile, back to Brain Dead. We kind of left off with the whole 24/11 thing. It just, I don't know, the madness goes on in NASCAR.
Yeah, and Denny Hamlin had a media day there, and because they had a media day with Denny Hamlin there Saturday before Dover or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And he said they kept asking him questions about the lawsuit and what's going to happen. He should just wait till December the 1st. So obviously there's something up the sleeve here that they're not revealing. And to me, it's just like, you know, you can never have your product perfect. It's always best to get other people's insight and opinion. You know, Jordan stepped in to start a team. Hey, you know what? Looked like this is a very good adventure. Because when you look at it, it's only $40 million to run one cup team. And if you go look, too, baseball teams, $3-4 billion, if not more. Football, same way, $3-4 billion. So a lot of your hedge funds and a lot of your capital partners are getting into the NASCAR because it's the lower cost. And this stupid judge does not understand. The sponsors are looking at the charter. The drivers are looking at the charter. Case in point, Tyler Reddick. They don't have a charter for this teams. They can walk. And I'm not sure what's in their contract as far as, okay, if they walk, how much money are they getting behind them? I don't know. I've seen a whole bunch of crap on the whole Facebook about, Michael Jordan and Bubba Wallace got into it. No, they did not get into it about money. They did not threaten to kick one another's you-know-what. Now, maybe they had a discussion about money, about probably an upcoming contract for next year. I have to do a little more digging on that. But still, though, I mean, come on, people. Just let's get some advice, get something in here, because that's all Jordan was trying to do, is just trying to say, hey, listen, this is the best way how to grow the sport. You want to be an old fart, you don't want to listen, fine. You know what? Die. Because it's like Lou Holt said, a tree is either growing or dying. A business is growing or dying. Right now, the car's dying, and the old farts are two old thieves that's dying how to resolve it. But I want to get your opinion on something real quick, Steve. Now, I saw this story today. A Boston Red Sox pitcher said he got some death threats from some online bettors. And you don't know what parlay bet is, do you?
I know there's a whole bunch of different side bets. I don't really know how they work, but I've heard of them, yes.
Yeah. How many pitches did he go? How many strikes did he throw? Et cetera, et cetera. And it's same thing with football. I mean, it's for that quote.
I hate when that happens, though. Brain dead. Wherever he's rolling through, he's in that cell dead zone there. The gremlins got him. I'm not up to speed with any sort of threats. And he said Red Sox. Let's see. Headline via Newsweek: Red Sox pitcher confronts commissioner about gambling and social media threats. Guess this has been in and out of the news for a few months. 3 months after a teammate and his wife went public. They say about with the death threats they received on social media. Red Sox pitcher Lucas Giolito was compelled to confront Commissioner Rob Manfred about the issue. According to Newsweek, Giolito told Rob Bradford on the Baseball Isn't Boring podcast that the threats against Boston pitcher Liam Hendriks in May were not an isolated incident. He said the online threats are actually getting worse by the year, by the week, by the day. He said, I'm getting messages after every game, even games where I pitched well, where they're mad about me because I hit the strikeout over instead of being under. Prop bets, all these crazy things. People put hundreds of dollars on it. Yeah, they don't have a lot of money, but they're gambling on it because it's a disease. They freak out. He said Manfred was receptive to his feedback Is it going to take a player actually getting assaulted in front of their apartment building by some disgruntled guy who lost a bet for real action before real action is taken? The pitcher and his girlfriend reported the threatening messages using the social media apps, usually Instagram and or X, that they said these messages do not always result in disciplinary action against the senders. He said his fears that somebody in a drastic state could injure or kill a player is a genuine concern based on some of the messages he's got. The threats when a player doesn't perform well. Threats to their family? Threats to their life? Yeah, I worry for guys that are maybe new to the league and they aren't ready for something like maybe at this point the league puts it in the rookie orientation program. It definitely wasn't there when I went to that. But that was a long time ago. Yeah, Manfred recently spoke to the Red Sox as a team about growing the game of baseball before Giolito said he pulled him aside for their one-on-one conversation. So, yeah, losing money and wanting to actually go after the individual player for not performing up or below your expectations. That's crazy stuff. All right. Thanks for the heads up there, though. The tip from Brain Dead, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Coming up, several other industry headlines. We'll bring you the details. Say some more truck parking available in the Buckeye State. Renovations are complete on several truck stops or rest areas rather. First, let's get to the blind man. Morning, blind man.
Good morning, Steve. Well, I got to go see a hip doctor now and find out what's going on. At least I'm not hurting as much. There are stations. All their format is betting. If I tune in 1580 in the D.C. area, they talk about how to bet and win the bet and all that stuff. The whole format is betting. So there'll be a station in your area, for example, where you tune in and you hear the how to bet and all that stuff. So there is a format out there about betting.
Really?
It's just gotten too much for this. I hear other talk shows on the sports stations where people complain about, well, I bet on the Washington Nationals, and once again, I was hoping they would win, but they lost. But they've won 2 in a row now. That's really something for them. So it's out there, Steve.
Wow.
The betting format.
I was not even familiar with that. I've never tuned into any betting advice radio.
Yeah, it's out there.
Wow.
It's out there. Because last night, before you came on, I couldn't sleep, and I was going up and down the AM dial, and the local station here at night is 980, and they were talking about betting and everything. During the day, it's 1580. And I think I picked up a New York station very faintly. It's not one of the main stations, betting radio. So there you go, Steve.
Wow. Times have changed, haven't they? I mean, I remember the day where the only place you could go to legally bet was Las Vegas or Atlantic City. That's pretty much it. I did a quick search there, and he is correct. There are many radio shows and podcasts dedicated to sports betting advice. They got a proverbial laundry list here. Something called VSIN Best Bets, analysis and predictions from hosts and analysts across a variety of sports, covering the latest betting odds, the betting lines. Beaten the Book with Gil Alexander, hosted by the sports betting expert, delving into handicapping strategies, free picks, the inner workings of sports books. Against All Odds with Cousin Sal. Bet the Board, hosted by the former oddsmaker Todd Furman, and professional bettor Payne Insider, analyzing NFL, college football, basketball games from a betting perspective. The Sports Gambling Podcast, Sports Betting Radio, offering daily sports betting analysis, free picks from various handicappers, covering major league sports like NFL, college football, NBA, and the list goes on and on. Well, I did not realize betting had become such a big thing. I know there's sports books that continue to open up, and even in our city, legal betting now taking place. Some of what used to be just where you'd go bet on the ponies, the horse tracks, now becoming proverbial sports books. Well, it's the end, apparently, of you'll never be able to get a new car for less than 20 grand. It's, I guess, the last of the last, a hugely popular sedan nearing the end of the road as dwindling demand will see it taken off the market by next year. As affordable new cars gradually become a thing of the past, drivers will find picking up a vehicle that's priced under $20,000 all but impossible. The popular budget sedan is to be pulled from showrooms by 2026 as the Japanese firm looks to focus on other more profitable models. Currently, the dependable Nissan Versa, holding the title of America's last new car, priced at under $20,000. According to Car Edge, that's not enough to keep it alive, as the Japanese firm has confirmed the Versa will be discontinued next year. Citing low profit margins and declining customer demand for budget sedans is the primary reason. Phase out will occur in 2 steps. For the 2025 model here, Nissan will stop production of the Versa's 5-speed manual transmission. After that, the entire lineup is expected to be retired, part of a broader strategic shift with the company focusing on more profitable vehicles like SUVs and electric cars. As part of the strategy, Nissan is streamlining its sedan offerings. The brand has already ended production of the Maxima and plans to discontinue the Altima after the 2026 model year. Hey boy, what did you pay for your first new car? Yeah, I haven't to go back. Of course, most of us get a hand-me-down or a used car as our first vehicle. I mean, I can't remember. I had been married for several years before we met the princess and I. We got our first brand new car, off the showroom lot, like 8 miles on it, that sort of thing. And if memory serves, I think the first brand new car, it was back in the day when Dodge made the Neon. Remember that? The Dodge Neon? And had that a couple of years. Yeah, liked it. I loved it. Had the manual transmission, which made it more affordable, but traded that in for a Plymouth Neon at the time that actually had an automatic transmission, but memory serves, I'm thinking it was like $12,000 or something that we had to finance for that first new car. Yeah, nowadays car prices, how people can make the monthly payments on a $75,000 pickup truck. All right, we got a couple minutes before we hit news break. Let me see. We'll get started with Nick, see what's going on here. Thanks for hanging in there, Nick. Good morning.
Hey, how you doing, Steve? Good morning. I just wanted to slip in real quick before the news break. In light of all this stuff going on with President Obama, they impeached President Trump twice, once while he was out of office even. So why can't we impeach President Obama?
Yeah,
in light of all this.
Just as something to go down on the record books. I don't know. I mean, more than impeach. I don't know. They're thinking if it was treason, should he be behind bars? Do you actually, Nick, think that they're going to pursue this, and will there be handcuffs, arrests, trials for any of this stuff?
I think he will be indicted, but I don't think he's going to go to prison. I think what will happen is it'll run through the process, and I think Trump will give him a pardon, in exchange for admitting to everything. It's just my thought.
Yeah,
I don't really know, but I don't think it's a thought, but I don't think it'll happen. But they should impeach him. He's out of office. They did it to Trump. Why not?
Interesting take. Absolutely. All right. Well, everything else going all right, Nick?
That's about it. It's just gonna get hot here in the Mid-Atlantic, like you said, towards the end of the week and into next week. We'll push 100 degrees and humidity to match. Right now it's pretty nice, but it's all going to change, like you said. So
you're going to warm up. Well, that's why we call it the dog days of summer. Summertime, snap your finger, and all of a sudden we're going to be talking about frost advisories, freeze warnings. Wintertime's just around the corner.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Director of National Intelligence says there are more documents showing Obama's White House led the effort to manufacture intelligence that Russia interfered in the 2016 election. Tulsi Gabbard has already passed along her ongoing investigation to the Department of Justice.
We will be releasing these documents shortly in the wake of the release that we did last week. I'm very encouraged by the fact that we have whistleblowers.
President Trump backed Gabbard today, saying the intelligence community caught Obama cold. Former President Obama's office calls the allegations outrageous. The White House is banning the Wall Street Journal from traveling with President Trump during an upcoming trip.
The Wall Street Journal won't be on the president's trip to Scotland, and the announcement comes after the outlet reported on Trump's alleged letter to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Trump has filed a lawsuit against the Journal alleging defamation, and he has denied writing the letter. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is...
Medishare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medishare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
But I keep telling people, people love Medishare, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medishare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Alrighty, we jump to the two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Lauren.
Morning, Steve. How you getting along?
Doing well. Winding things down here, hump day, so start looking for the weekend.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Hey, a lot of this gambling stuff too is these fantasy leagues. I mean, they even having professional rodeo. They have it set up. You buy in like during National Finals Rodeo. You pay $90 or $100. You build a team out of the of the riders that are involved in it. You have a certain salary level that you can build it on, and then you put those guys in your team every night, and you're playing that to win prizes like a pickup truck and other things like that, you know. And so that kind of betting's at all levels, and I don't know, I don't hear it anymore, but I know a number of years ago on Saturday morning in Kansas City, they used to have a guy would come on, and he actually worked out of Las Vegas, and it was two guys, and they had a deal set up where you could put an investment of like $10,000 in, and they would use it to gamble on games for you and stuff. And then as you won, you could, and they were selling it as an investment type deal. And as you won, you could put that money back in there. And I don't hear those guys on there anymore, so I don't know if they banned that or not. But then that was before all of this gambling expanded out, like you talked about too. You know, and I know in baseball, I have a good friend that I grew up with that actually makes a living betting on sports, and he does pretty good. And in baseball, you bet on the pitcher. I think that's what you were talking about. I was unloading when I got back in here and heard you talk about that Red Sox pitcher.
Yeah.
But I know in baseball, you bet on the pitcher and how they're going to do. You know, so
okay.
But no, the thing I called about too was. This isn't really betting related, but the rivalries in baseball are crazy too. And one of my sons and I, we were at a Kansas City Royals game. It was the last year that Andy Pettitte was pitching for the Yankees. So we went up to watch him pitch. And, you know, of course, there was a lot of Yankees fans there. And we sat right next to, we were right above the dugout. We sat right next to a couple that was the guy and his wife, and they were in Kansas City for the summer doing business with a company that he worked for that was out of Boston. And the company that he worked for had tickets, and he was a Red Sox fan, but he was also a baseball fan, so he wanted to come and watch Andy Pettitte pitch. And I kid you not, that rivalry between those two teams is so bad. There were some Yankees fans that came and sat in front of us, Steve, and I told my son about that. I said, you know, the Yankees and the Red Sox have a real fierce rivalry. This guy and his wife were fighting with three of those Yankees fans in front of us by the sixth inning so bad that they threw them out. And that was all over them. Yankees fans were mad because the one guy had lost a bet to the Red Sox in a game earlier in the season, and they were fighting over that, and they weren't even playing each other. And I just was amazed by that, and that was a gambling related fight too. That didn't even involve the game that we were watching. So it's crazy. I mean, we all remember Art Schleister at Ohio State quarterback, and if you Google him, he's back in prison again. He's had a lifelong addiction to that stuff, and I knew a guy that got caught in a ticket scandal with Art Schleister that he was doing 7, 8, 9 years ago. He was selling Super Bowl tickets, and he scammed everybody, and he takes all that money and goes and bets. You remember Art Schleister?
He was what was he called? The ticket shyster, Art Schleister.
Yeah.
So that's the ticket shyster.
I never heard that. Yeah. Yeah, he played for the Buckeyes, and then he took his signing bonus with the Colts and gambled it all away. And when I read the story about him, he said that he got into gambling in college by going to the horse track with a guy, and he just got hooked on it.
Yeah.
And it's sad. It destroys a lot of people's lives, you know, in any form. But it's gotten, that sports betting is in all levels of sports. It's in rodeo. It's in soccer. It's in hockey. And, you know, they're getting close to where they're going to I wouldn't be surprised in 2 to 3 years to see where you could bet on NASCAR too, if you can't already. I don't think that's set up, but you know, that'd be the next thing to do. And NASCAR would probably welcome that in because they need money, And these leagues get money off these profits of these now, too, in my understanding. They're setting it up to where, baseball probably gets a little bit of money off of this betting. I wouldn't be surprised to see that.
I remember years ago, Grandpa would tell me he was a professional painter by trade, and he would tell me stories about some of the other painters he worked with. He said on Friday, payday would roll around, and these were grown adults with wives and sometimes kids. Said they'd get a few drinks in them and go out to, it could have been the horse track, and they used to run the dogs, the greyhounds. Said they'd go out to the damn track and they'd lose their entire paycheck, on Friday night. Go home, don't have the money to pay the mortgage, to the rent, whatever. And I mean, it is an addiction. Could be anything. All right. Hey, good to hear from you. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. More parking in the Buckeye State. Transportation officials recently opening 4 rest areas in Union County and Van Wert County, making dozens of new truck parking spaces available. According to Governor DeWine's announcement, the open of the following areas with a total of 40 truck parking spaces. Let's see, Van Wert, Ohio, US 30 westbound, the rest area. 10 truck parking spaces, additional vending, restrooms. You've got US 30 eastbound, pretty much the same, 10 additional spaces, vending, restrooms. Union County, US 33 westbound, rest area. 10 truck parking spaces, vending, restrooms. Then eastbound, US 33, Marysville, Ohio, 10 truck parking spaces. Yeah, he said, a safe traveler is a well-rested traveler. Our goal is to provide a safe, clean space for visitors. I know 10 spots ain't much. I guess that's 10 fewer trucks lined up on the off-ramp or the on-ramp. Meanwhile, a follow-up to a story from this past weekend. Looks like the bad guys are still on the loose, and another, which brings it to a total of 5 individuals, have now died as police continue to search for a small group of men who fled the fatal crash on I-35 armed with an AK-style rifle. It was actually last Thursday on I-35 near San Antone. There was a chase involving a Camaro colliding ultimately with a small bus, hailing a trailer as it attempted to flee. The bus was then struck by a semi-truck. 2 died at the scene. The 4 men in the Camaro escaped the crash on foot, one of whom was armed with an AK-style rifle. 13 others hospitalized, minor injuries. 8 suffered life-threatening injuries. As of this past afternoon, the men had still not been found, and again, a 5th person now succumbing to their injuries. According to KSAT 12, the remaining 2 patients left at the hospital are listed in good and fair condition, respectively. So the bad guys, on the run there. Then we had the California Highway Patrol. Here's a DA Trucker of the Week nominee calling out a truck driver for an excessive speed violation along Interstate 5. They don't mess with speeding trucks there in California. Truck drivers should know that. Highway Patrol's Eureka Division issuing a statement on catching a semi traveling at 40 miles per hour over the speed limit for trucks near the Oregon border. The risks associated with excessive speed are substantial, especially in a big rig. This rig was observed driving southbound on I-5 south of the Oregon border at an astonishing 95 miles per hour, say troopers. California Highway Patrol reminds commercial vehicle drivers trucks over 3 axles are legally capped at 55 on all highways, interstates, and freeways, even if the posted limit is higher, per California Code 22406. They shared an image of the citation issued to the truck driver. 40 miles an hour over the posted limit, though. That's going to cost you a pretty penny. Morning, Plowboy.
Oh, good morning, Steve. Yeah. It might. Yeah, I ain't going to go there. It might cost him $1,500 at least. And yeah, I was surprised they didn't tow it and take his ass to jail, to tell you the truth. $9,500 for a 1-ton Chevrolet 404 1981. Now I can't even touch them. Damn near $90,000 now.
So your first new vehicle, less than 10 grand, in a vehicle that today is going to be 80, 90,000.
Yes, sir. And
Wow.
the reason why I had to buy that one is I was kind of forced into it because I was going to get my license through, the way we were doing it back then at the age of 14 through the Farm Bill. And remember when they pulled that stunt? They were starting to put the catalytic converters on the gasoline vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
And, they were starting to put the Chevrolet got home. My daddy, he said, "When is he going to buy that pickup?" He said, "We'll talk about it." And he said, "No." He said, "There ain't no talking." He said, "We'll cut the deal right now." 95. Yeah. I'll put it this way: that pickup, I beat the hell out of that damn thing. I mean, shoot, hauled wood, hauled everything off that old farm, but I don't know. But anymore, and for all the problems that they're having, I don't give a dang which pickup you buy, any vehicle. When you see all the recalls that they're going through,
Right. And most of it's all that emission stuff. I can tell you this: the first 2 or 3 vehicles I ever owned that had catalytic converters on them. There was a time when, I don't know, it might have been illegal, but you could go to any local shop and say, "Can you cut the damn converter off? Just put a straight pipe on there." They wouldn't hesitate. And of course, then they started cracking down on it. And you really had to know somebody that was in the biz. You couldn't just walk into a shop because they could actually lose their license and whatnot. Yeah, nowadays, I don't know. I haven't had the need to have one removed in recent years, but those were the days. Just cut the damn thing off. All right, I'm tired of the headaches.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
All right, just put up my email. A couple of quick tidbits we were talking about earlier. The firefighter pay. I was surprised at how low things were, especially for starting pay. Yeah, Pappy said a lot of the township and local departments don't pay well till you get your paramedic patch. Horse feathers is correct. Now, with that said, the big cities, like Cincinnati Fire, a lieutenant probably makes about $100,000, give or take. Captains well over $100K. Fire chief in, say, Coleraine in our township, probably $90,000 a year. Ask Larry, good old Larry Stone. He'd know the answer. Yeah, Larry's actually back in town. I don't know if you caught that last week. Larry's he's actually over in northern Kentucky now, but he's burned up the interstate from Ohio to Florida, back to Ohio, back to Florida. Here he is, now back in northern Kentucky. Hey, Truck and Phil, happy hump day. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Sommers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Well, bring on the heat wave so we can cool off later on. 62, warming to 88 today, Fort Wayne, 64 to 90 in Newaygo. Hey, roll on, Knucklebuster. Ready to depart Fort Wayne for Newaygo, Michigan, and make that flip back to Fort Wayne. Yeah, speaking of Knucklebuster, hadn't heard from him in a few nights here, but I did get an email from him a little bit earlier this hour, sharing the story of the boat captain arrested after a hit-and-run crash into the USS Midway Museum ship. Have to get the rest of that story here. But hope you're doing all right, Knucklebuster. Meanwhile, let me see. Junior checks in here. Morning, Junior. What's on your mind?
Brian did bring me back memories of Kroger there when I worked over there. A bunch of our Illinois stores. I think we closed 4 of them down because of rats infested. I had pictures of rats in the meats and everything else. I had one store that had raccoons. When you went around the building, you had to watch what they had. They had the big compact dumpsters out there.
Mm-hmm.
They would throw everything in there. And that's what got the rats and everything going. Well, they stopped doing that over here now. They just put regular dumpsters, and then all the food, they got a special dumpster just for all the food. They'd have to put and lock it up. Somebody would, a big trash truck come by and fix it up. I'm not sure what he done with it, but they put that in every store. And go to Chicago, they had a store up there at 47th Street. Go around back of the building, just turn your brights on. Them damn rats hear you. Boy, there they go all running around out of that dumpster. I mean, it was kind of a little bit scary, but I thought, man, that's hard to believe these rats are that bad around here.
Yep.
But the dumpsters, the big compact dumpsters is what's done it. They got rid of most all of them. So, and they don't pay employees. You think they'd be making $20-some an hour or more, and they don't. They $12-15. I mean, I felt sorry for some of them, especially when they had the pandemic going on. Hell, there's some people in there working 70, 80 hours a week, and there's only been so many. Most of the time I went to stores, they didn't have stuff like the milk and stuff out. I just look in the back, go back here, and I know they got the milk. They got nobody to put the stuff out. It's amazing. You probably got them big market stores too over there, don't you?
Yes. Yep.
Over.
Sure do.
Yeah, we got them too. Yeah, they're closed a lot of stores in Illinois. They closed a lot of them down over there, but yeah, it's something else what they pay. How them people stay. You talk to them, a lot of them been there 20, 30, 40 years, ever since they opened up.
Wow.
You know, and then they never went nowhere else to make better money. It makes sense to me, but yeah, that was something else about the rats. I mean, we had one store in Chicago, a Highlander store up there. They had to shut it down because the rats got infested up there. So, but like I said, they're getting rid of all the dumpsters, the compactors. The big compactors is what done it. Because they get in them compactors and eat away, throw all the food and everything in them. They didn't throw nothing out back in the day.
That was a smorgasbord, like old Templeton the Rat in Charlotte's Web at the county fair, right?
Yeah, I don't miss it no more. I mean, like you talk about Quickway. Well, they probably come in there and underbidded them. That's what happened over in Indianapolis with the milk. Black Horse come in there, underbidded them. Penske bought them out. Never did get no better. Then they put Quickway back in there again.
Yeah.
So they couldn't keep up with the drivers. Wouldn't do nothing. So yeah, it's a mess. It's amazing how they run stuff. But yeah, I just thought that was funny when he was talking about that. I thought, oh, yeah, I'm gonna call and let you know. We had 20 of them over in Indiana, Illinois. So.
Well, Junior, good to hear from you. As always, thanks for checking in. Have a great hump day. And Brother Rambler, rather than put you on for like 1 minute, I'll say save it for maybe a little bit earlier on our maybe Thursday morning show, because we're almost out of time here. Real quickly, just enough time to share. Yeah, police are hailing a truck driver as a hero for essentially sacrificing his own life for others, steering his truck into the Ohio River during a brake failure crash in West Virginia last Friday. Yeah, the investigation is ongoing, but it took the life of the 62-year-old Texas truck driver, Gerald Lee Davis, Jr. Yeah, the vehicle behind him informed it his brakes were smoking. Yeah, right after that, he noticed he'd lost his brakes. And, of course, it was actually caught on surveillance video as this truck was barreling through the town, out of control, kind of a downhill thing, headed toward the river. But he opted ultimately there were numerous buildings and whatnot that he could have crashed into, actually put it in the river. So pretty sad there, but all right, we'll close things out here. Wednesday, we call it Hump Day. Enjoy your day, be safe, safe travels, and hey, come back at the midnight hour, and we'll do it all over once again for our Thursday edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. change except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.